Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a real pleasure for me to welcome you all back to the third day of this Bioenergy Week. It's a pleasure to be here, and it has been extremely interesting to have a two-day discussion, very intense, and also with the very important participation of all participants in this online event. Before we start, a little recommendation for technicalities with this Zoom meeting. So we recommend all participants to keep camera and microphone switched off throughout the event, unless of course you are a speaker in a panel, and then you are very welcome to switch on the camera in order to allow participants to recognize you, to see you, and also to use the microphone, of course, as soon as you are invited to take the floor. If you have questions for panelists, in order to facilitate also the moderating role of the moderators of the session, you're very welcome to and invited to insert your questions into the chat box. And as you may have seen also in the previous days, the speakers, panelists could start replying in the chat box as soon as they receive questions for them. When intervening, it is very much recommended to talk slowly and clearly, because this would facilitate interpretation service, and we thank our interpreters for this. We recommend you also to send us emails in case to the email that you see on the screen. In case you have technical problems, please do not hesitate to contact us. And the event is recorded. This day, today, and also previous days, the previous 2 days have been recorded. So the recording will be available to all participants. Finally, I would like to remind all participants that all the PowerPoint presentations that were presented in the previous 2 days and also today will be posted on the GBEP website. Some of those are already on the website. We will circulate the link where you will find all the PPT for your convenience. Well, the first session today is focused on bioeconomy opportunities in Africa. It is moderated by our colleague and friend, Mr. Monga Melwana. Mr. Melwana is working in the energy and infrastructure and services, private sector development and finance in the UNECA. Before giving the floor to Mr. Melwana, I would like to launch the live poll. As every day, what we do, we launch live polls in order to highlight and start somehow receiving your inputs from participants, inputs on their knowledge, their views regarding the specific thematic area of the session that we'll start in a few minutes. So in this case, it is a single choice question, and you may respond selecting the reply that you feel more comfortable with. The question is, how well do you think the principles of the bioeconomy are applied in your country? So the options are very well, quite well, not very well, not at all well, or unsure. So take your time. I see a lot of participants already going ahead with the vote. I will leave you some more few seconds to go ahead with the vote. All right, I guess we could stop voting. Thank you so much. So the majority of participants have expressed their the fact that their views that they are not well aware about, they are not well, I mean, the principles of bioeconomy are not very well applied in their country. No one has replied that they are very well applied. So there is, I mean, it's a clear signal that there is the need to work a lot more on bioeconomy in order to take out the best from the bioeconomy opportunities in various countries. And this will be, of course, an important starting point for Mr. Melwana to moderate this session focused on bioeconomy opportunities in Africa. With this, I would like to close the poll and give the floor to Mr. Melwana to moderate the session. Monga, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Michela. Good morning, colleagues. And good morning, everyone. I'm hoping that I'm audible enough. You know, I will try to switch off the video because it tends to affect the bandwidth where I am. So I just show you now so that you see that we're not talking to a ghost. Let me try to switch it off. Yes, today, like this session will be focusing on the bioeconomy. I just saw the response in this survey, you know, that this is an area, you know, perhaps that one we know little of, you know, or sometimes that maybe, you know, it's something that we, you know, it's not, you know, taken seriously at the country level. But it's a very simple concept, you know, and action. So we will actually be pursuing it this session. So just before we start, and we have 3 panelists, you know, who I know personally, you know, for many, many years. We've been in this road, in this path, in this bioenergy path, you know, since 2011, 2012. I know that we all participated, you know, when we developed the African Bioenergy Policy Framework and Guidelines, you know, which were adopted by the African heads of state, you know, and government in 2012, 2013. And then we began the process of mainstreaming this, you know, ensuring that it's part of the lexicon and then also part of the energy policy in Africa throughout up until the 2019. You know, these colleagues of mine are Peter, you know, from the African Union Commission, you know, the Department of Energy and Infrastructure, Professor Sinkala, who also, you know, we've worked in a number of projects, you know, and he has supported ECA work, you know, for many, many years, and still is our active panel of consultants that we often tend to when we have some difficult questions to answer. You know, and lastly, a friend of mine from Botswana, you know, who's, you know, is a business, a budding business, you know, in this area, you know, particularly on the biodiesel Botswana that he has established so many years ago. So I would actually go back to them later, you know, but as you see the program, you know, we have only three sort of interventions, the panel. You know, we had more that we had actually earmarked, but through one reason or the other, you know, some of them, you know, could not make it, you know, to this session. But in any way, I believe that we have sufficient resources and sufficient capacities within the participant, you know, to actually to explore, you know, this area of work, which is very, very important, you know, particularly, you know, in this post or this COVID area, also in a sense of how we actually build or rebuild our economy, how we reset sort of our sort of industrialization agenda in Africa in a very different path, you know, of bioeconomy. So, you know, I believe that, you know, we have experts, you know, that are not in the panel that may come, you know, and make some interventions. And also, as Michaela was saying, you know, if you didn't have an opportunity, you know, to raise and intervene in the floor because of the time constraint, you know, you can actually put the charts. We'll actually continue to monitor the chart to see, you know, if they are responded to. You know, so, you know, I just want to to lay sort of I was supposed to give a keynote address. I would not say that what I'm going to be saying now is a keynote address, but more of kind of framing the issues and trying to be provocative, particularly to our panels and also to our esteemed guests, and participants of this session. We are, as ECA, we are running, there's a parallel session that is running that, I've been attending there. And, so I've been attending 2 sessions. We have currently, that started yesterday, a conference of African ministers of finance, planning, and economic development. It started yesterday on the 17th, and then ending next week on Tuesday, on the 23rd of March. The theme, which is aptly relevant, I will show how relevant it is to this, particularly to this session. The theme is Africa's sustainable industrialization and diversification in the digital era in the context of COVID-19. We are in the middle of a pandemic. Although it's by definition a health crisis, but it's compounded, by environment, by the economic realities, because in Africa, how we structured, how we have structured our economies, to respond to this, it's a critical issue. Now it is becoming an economic crisis. I was hearing yesterday, on some of the very sort of hard truths that were presented. For instance, ECA, estimates the only 1 month of full lockdown across Africa, cost the continent about 2.5% of its annual GDP. To put this in a clear picture, is that this is equivalent of 65.7 billion per month. That is actually the economic cost, of the lockdown. And then for the first time in 20 years, the estimated growth in Africa, has contracted, for the first time. It's between 2% and 5.4%, because we know that there's a low economic activities, the lower commodity prices, because some of our economies are based on commodities, the reduction of remittances, as well as sort of the disruption of the global supplies, and what came out very clear, is that the COVID provides an opportunity to change gear and build better through different industrialization pathways that are responsive to the environment and sustainable. So therefore, it gives us an opportunity to reset. We have a reset button in our economies and say that, okay, what is the sort of the pathway that we will actually, pursue, and this is put a spanner in the works that fossil-based economies are so unstable and cannot be relied, in the future to power Africa in the post-COVID era. A fossil-based economy is very important, yes, for the short to medium term, but in the long term, that pathway is not actually, the way that Africa should actually be pursuing. And then lastly, that came out of it before I start on this topic, is that, the most important thing that has happened is that all African countries have signed the Paris Agreement, and 52 of these countries, have ratified the agreement with nationally determined contribution to climate actions. Central to those NDCs, are the clean energy action, particularly on the energy generation. And then they've made the commitments of about 22 gigawatts. But although we know that this is far less than what is possible, given sort of the the continent sort of potential, or resource potential, particularly renewables. So coming up to today's topic, really, just to give that as a context that, that as an ECA, we are actually pursuing, sort of this low economic development, particularly to talk about today, on the bioeconomic opportunities in Africa. Bioeconomic, it's not a very complex sort of, phenomenon. It's very, very simple. We need to simplify it and actually, to talk about what is it that we can do. So I want to touch on 5 issues, not in the order of importance. One is actually the role of bioenergy in the bioeconomy, and what is it that what do we mean by the bioeconomy, and what it will be the role of bioenergy. And then also, looking at the policy impetus, at the continental and regional level, what kind of the policies, that we do, what are the kind of policy processes that we should be doing. And then I had in a session, Professor Singala was talking about champions, to increase the visibility, of any action. We'll talk about that even within this bioeconomy. What are the champions? What is the role of organizations, such as ours, the roles of the GBEP, and also some of the sub-regional organization. And then also looking at the how part, how do we make this realistic? So I'll be looking more of the, of some of the facilities that we can establish or are in the process of being established, as well as some of the investment in low-hanging fruits, because some of these things we need to be visible so that they know, so that we can develop a track record. When it comes to bioeconomy, it's simply talk, more about the new way of looking at the industry and the economy. That it implies the use of renewable biological resources, to produce food, to produce energy and other industrial goods. It's much more looking at the nexus, in the whole, for instance, the exploitation of these biological natural resources, because this is actually, as a basic economic activity of humankind. It's been done even pre-industrialization phase. We know that, at the first industrial revolution, it was more about the harnessing of fossil fuels. In the case, it's mostly coal and the steam engines. We know that, now we are on the 4th industrial revolution. So therefore, we are still, impacted by the first industrial revolution, where sort of the harnessing of the fossil fuels. So we are still reaping the cost. So therefore, the bioeconomy is bio-based economic growth. It produces or should produces new employment opportunities. But these are the most important part of it. How it actually reset the economy away from the fossil-based economy, much more to a bio-based economic growth. Where it fosters new employment opportunities. I think the example, I'm sure our panels will be looking at all of these. Improve livelihoods, food security, wealth creation, because there should not be tensions, between, for instance, bioenergy development and food security. There should not be, but these should be much more, improving the other. So therefore, I mean, if we look at an example of the deployment of a mobile telephony, in Africa, which is very, very fast. And this has laid the groundwork for digital economy. So this can happen, so it's much more a kind of a transformation, and a leapfrogging of our economy, to use what we already have, because we are blessed with bioenergy resources in any shape or form. But the unsustainable harvesting and use of these resources in Africa, is our undoing. We've heard, in the past sessions, about the use of traditional biomass resources. We have heard about sort of the negative consequences, of this, because, the current use in many countries, particularly in rural areas and some in urban areas, through charcoal, perpetuates poverty, perpetuate ill health, and also informalizing sort of some of these. I was reading some of the comments on the charts, where some people were talking about the emergence of cartels, charcoal cartels, which are preying on the poor, because it's the poor, who rely mostly on this. And then also we have learned about the very innovative modern bioenergy developments and initiatives, which produce clean energy, improve soil fertility, particularly yesterday, therefore agriculture, and land. So there are so many important sort of sources. There are new opportunities. So this is essentially a bioeconomy, but we are not talking about it, but it's there. But what we need actually, to make it real, to make it explicit, because, as I've said earlier, it's an important source of new opportunities for employment, particularly, to actually to reap what we call it the demographic dividend, of Africa, because Africa is has a youthful population, which are hungry for new opportunities, which now, because of the way we've set up our economies, they are very exclusive, in a sense that they are not part of the economic sort of uptake of Africa. And now with the COVID, which has a negative impact on the economy. So therefore, the chances of youth and women, are in this fossil-based economic development, are not that great. I also, like, we need to address the perceived. I'm saying that perceived. I'm sure Professor Singala would agree with collision with the food security. And therefore, how we manage the food fuel competition, is very, very important. This is an area which is mostly used by the opponents of bioenergy, against investment in bioenergy, particularly in biofuels. They will be talking about, if the food crops, these food crops needs to be, they can perpetuate poverty, or the land that you plant, these energy crops, could be better used to plant something else, that people can consume. So we need to address that. Of course, the feedstock, bioenergy feedstock, include crops and plants, but it's fairer than that, because it also includes some of the things that we don't use. It's waste. It's actually, addresses most of the things that we don't use, that we don't consume, such as your waste materials, both, organic and inorganic. We have solid waste, such as crop waste, animal waste, and most of the bio crops are not food crops. But therefore, coming to another area of the policy, what is then holding the bioeconomy in Africa, despite the obvious benefits and opportunities? Yes, there are two critical areas here. It's policy support, and low investment, as compared, to other sort of economies, or even the bioenergy. We know that, despite the promise of the bioenergy, investments are still low. I'm sure, in the next session, after the, later today, it will be dealing around sort of the investments in that. So the second point, and the third point of coming to this, is coming up with a framework that supports this. I know that some people are tired of frameworks, and guidelines. But it's very, very important that a framework is actually trying to bring something, from its complexity to much more a simple way of what the people and the economy and people can understand very clearly, because, the type of economy, because the framework also addresses the political will, and ensures that the actions are undertaken, and to concretely support that, because that's what the framework is. We've done it with the bioenergy frameworks. I'm sure, Peter is going to be talking about our experience there, because it actually brings something to the fore. And then from what you brought there, you can begin, to isolate some of the actions that needed to be able to support that. As I said, that this African bioenergy policy framework and policy guideline is one of them. But we've experienced that mainstreaming this, this issue, is something, that is very, very difficult. We need actually, to go beyond the frameworking, because in many instances, everyone knows, for instance, that bioenergy is an African resource that is abundant, in Africa, and more countries are using it. And if you look at the primary energy supply and even consumption, bioenergy or biomass is there. But, to transform it is something else. So therefore, coming to the third point, is the championing of bioeconomy. I'll make an example of one of other sort of an analogy to one of the initiatives that we support at ECA and with others, sort of with AUC and others. It's called the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa. It's a framework also, and the way how Africa should be supported in developing infrastructure, all the infrastructure assets. Within that, there is what we call PC projects, which is Presidential Infrastructure Champion Initiatives, where various presidents in Africa would identify a certain project in a certain sort of sector, energy project or the corridor or the transport, and then they will adopt it, and rally behind it, to increase its visibility, and mobilize support and resources around that. Those projects have been found to be the most successful one because they have that kind of a support. So therefore, without this type of a support of champion, it needs not to be president. It may be, as my director has mentioned in an opening, it may be some of the prominent private sector players, who can actually, support. Without this support, the transformation to bioeconomy will just be a conjecture, will be just a theory. And we shall be talking about this in the next 5 years without any obvious change on the ground. So that is very, very important, that we should actually be reporting on the progress now to say that, okay, in the next Bioenergy Week, this is the progress that we've made. These are the champions, we are moving the ground. So therefore, we have the role of the regional organizations, such as ourselves and others, is very, very important. In Africa, fortunately, we have some of the newly established, some of them presented in the past days. We've got the SACRI, the ECRI, and the ECRI. These are the projects. These are the sort of the organizations that needs to be financially resourced, and financially technically resourced to undertake this important task. That is very important because, some of these organizations are donor funded. We need, some domestic resource commitments to make them effective. I'm sure, Peter will be talking about that. One of the, just before I end, one of the outcomes, of the STC, one of the STCs, the one before the last one was online in December, but there was the establishment of a facility, of a special facility dedicated to support entrepreneurship, particularly addressing bioenergy project development and scaling up. you know, we had identified viable projects that can play a role, you know, in the bioeconomy. You know, we've identified them, you know, but these projects, most of them could not take off. You know, the risks are high, and they are not easily funded through traditional ways. You know, and we had precedents again here, just to make an example. You know, for instance, within the PIDA, we have what we call IPPF. That is an infrastructure project preparation facility. You know, that is actually in charge of early project development. And then we have that what we've developed, that is actually AUC initiative, which is very, very sustainable and is doing great job. Great work is called Geothermal Risk Mitigation Facility, which was established to fund and facilitate the geothermal development in East Africa since 2012. You know, it's been very successful. You know, I think the last sixth window, you know, or application round was May 2020, you know, where it supported 16 drilling programs in 6 countries and 14 surface studies. So what I'm saying here is that we need a type of a facility, you know, that will actually support, you know, bioenergy development, that will actually create a sort of an escalation of the bioeconomy in Africa. So we need to do that. Without that support, you know, we will be actually doing this project in a piecemeal. We need that dedicated support. And that's when, you know, the role of the ECA, you know, AUC and others, you know, we had begun to think about, you know, establishing that facility that will actually assist, you know, the entrepreneurs in the bioenergy space, you know, to be able to come up with projects that will have this catalytic role, you know, into other sort of the food security, you know, agriculture, etc. You know, lastly, you know, we need to turn ideas into action. You know, as I said earlier, you know, I listened to some of the great examples, particularly in the first session yesterday that was moderated by my colleague Joanne, which talked about the contribution of sustainable bioenergy to land conservation and restoration. You know, where it shows sort of the nexus, the strength of the nexus, you know, that bioenergy, you know, on other sort of very, very important sort of services such as food and land, you know, and add value in others. For instance, in South Africa, you know, I've just been told, like I was talking to a colleague here, you know, that they have a bioeconomy strategy, something that, you know, and it's actually anchored by the Department of Science and Technology, you know, to provide a framework for actions that will contribute, you know, bioenergy to make bioeconomy to contribute to the GDP by 2030 in terms of having new companies, industries, you know, and new services. So therefore, it's very, very important that, you know, we identify the low-hanging fruits in the bioenergy for investment and support. You know, and this could be, I mean, we have so very good examples, you know, could be in the waste to energy. One of the panels who didn't come was going to be talking around the waste to energy sort of project as a stimulant for bioeconomy, for biogas projects, you know, biofuels, not only to produce much needed energy, but to catalyze other industries, you know, catalyze sort of, for instance, also the vaccine development and resource soil fertility, you know, make our cities clean, you know, clean cities, water purification, and so on. So therefore, this is my sort of intervention in this area. So I would like now to turn to my esteemed panel. I'm sure that they are here. Peter, if you are here, you know, if you can actually share with us, you know, some of the AU experience, particularly in the development and implementation of the bioenergy framework in Africa and mainstreaming it. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Bonga. And it's and good morning. From my side, it's morning. Perhaps some people are in afternoon. So whatever time zone or you're tuning in from, I am pleased to be joining you to be talking about, to be contributing to this discussion that is going on. I think I will share my screen so that I can make my presentation. My topic has been designed. I've been requested to discuss the topic on the lessons learned. I don't know if you can see my screen.
We only see
yet.
you. Okay.
I think it should be coming. Lessons learned from mainstreaming modern bioenergy development in Africa. As Monga has highlighted, it is...
Excuse me, Peter. Peter, can you put it in a presentation format? Yeah.
Okay. Is it...
Not yet.
I think my computer is slow, but it should be coming up. As it's coming up, I just wanted to say that as Monga has highlighted, this is a process that has gone on for quite a long time. And as we have been undertaking this process, we have picked important lessons along the way, which have continued to inform actions that we take, and at every stage we seek to improve. There are, of course, many. Yes, I believe now you can see it in a presentation mode. So as I was saying, at different stages, we pick whatever lessons we learn and try to improve subsequent processes. So in this presentation, I will first I'll just cover 4 points. Start by presenting what the process has been and where it is up to date, and then what lessons we have learned, which will be the main focus of the presentation. What are our future plans and what recommendations we can draw from that. This process, we have been implementing it together with the it's a joint implementation process between the African Union Commission, ECA, and AUDA-NEPAD, and it has gone on for almost 20 years now. 10. Since it seems that long. From around 2011 to around 2012, we started with the conceptualization and development of the process. And this gave us two main outputs, the policy options for bioenergy development in Africa and a technical and economic assessment of biofuels. Once these were out, it became clear that we needed a broader framework was needed for the continent, and it gave birth to the Africa Bioenergy Policy Framework and Guidelines, which were then developed and adopted at a summit level by the African Union heads of state. So the subsequent processes after that have been focused at not only raising awareness of this policy framework and guidelines, but also to stimulate the implementation of these bioenergy policy frameworks and guidelines. And I do recall in the first day, I think it was AFREC that gave an overview of what it was and what it covers. So I won't go into the depth as I am meant to focus on what lessons we have learned. But nevertheless, the subsequent phases have entailed a series of technical and capacity building workshops, particularly between the years 2014 and 2017, and a number of case studies. And if I could just say what these workshops and events have involved, they have brought together policymakers, civil society and project developers, development partners, and even academia. And they're focused on the highlights of this bioenergy policy framework and guidelines and what they mean and in practical terms for specific nations, specific regions, and how they can apply this. Together with this, you have also looked at what are the new policy developments in different regions and how they relate to the energy policy framework and guidelines, and also how regions and member states can relate to this and how they can apply this. On top of this, we have also, as part of the awareness creation, conducted several trainings related to bioenergy policy, to bioenergy projects, including aspects of project packaging, the issues of funding options that bioenergy projects can get. We have brought in experts from this pool of stakeholders to address and discuss these things. But they have also provided a good forum for sharing success stories, sharing experiences, showcasing this, and also visiting actual projects to be able to understand and to see what different people are doing in different locations within the continent. So going back to the process, and now part of the period between 2017 and 2014 and 2017 was also undertaking a number of case studies on regulatory reforms for adoption of biofuels program in Africa at national level. And we did 7 of those, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Kenya, Mali, Mauritius, Rwanda, and South Africa. And we also did a study on gender mainstreaming in bioenergy development. That, as I mentioned earlier, as we go along, we pick lessons and we improve the phases of this process. And from 2018, we realized that we need to become more practical and to come up with the products that will lead to actual investments. We also realized that different regions have different priorities and different focus within the bioenergy sphere. So we came up with this idea of developing regional bioenergy strategies and investment plans by region. And we started off with East Africa and Central Africa, which have been done and completed and even presented to the STC, that is a Specialized Technical Committee, which is a ministerial policy making organ of the African Union. We also initiated the process for the one for West Africa, substantially done, but there are still some gaps that need to be closed. For Southern Africa, we have held consultations with the region and developed the terms of reference for developing their strategy and investment plan, but this has not yet been done, and North Africa is still pending. So this is where we are with this process of our effort to modernize bioenergy within the continent. And I will now then focus on a few lessons that we have learned in this process. One, I've used the word process so many times, and the first lesson is actually that modernizing bioenergy development is actually a process and not an event. And it is it can be quite complex. It involves multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary stakeholders. It has many institutions involved. Even within one country, we have many institutions at national and subnational level. And for this process to be successful, then all these different players need to be to come on board and to have their voice and their inputs to be heard and taken on board for this to be successful. And the broader and the wider the consultations have been, the more successful this has been. Another really not a lesson as such, but really a well-known fact is that there are vast resources in all regions, some more than others, but priorities of how those resources will be developed and which technologies will be adopted at different places, they vary from region to region, depending on needs. And this has played a big part in informing the need for developing regional bioenergy strategies and investment plans instead of just relying on the one document of bioenergy policy framework and guidelines. And so that these regional strategies draw their principles from the bioenergy region, bioenergy policy framework and guidelines that is continental, but narrows down to the regions. But we have also, another lesson that we have learned is that most of the project developers are small or medium-sized, and they face funding challenges at different project processes, and especially at the early stage of the project. At the same time, when they attempt to do the projects, if the country has not aligned their processes to the African Bioenergy Policy Framework and Guidelines or a regional strategy, then the challenges of meeting multiple regulatory requirements, which are some of the things that these strategies seek to address. Moving on, we have realized the need, and I think Mwanga already referred to this, the need for what we would call anchor regional institutions to steer the modernization process. And in this case, the regional economic communities, their energy departments, and the regional centers for renewable energy and energy efficiency have a big role to play. We saw on the first day that ECRI from ECOWAS region made a presentation of what they are doing in West Africa, and they have played a very big role in pushing forward the bioenergy agenda there. And so we see that the anchor regional institutions are very key in pushing forward this process by supporting member states to harmonize their processes and to move in one direction, helping member states that may be a bit slow or lagging behind for one reason or another, so that they move forward as a region. And they also help these anchor institutions to treat each region uniquely according to their resource endowments and to the priorities of that region. As already mentioned, another big lesson is the issue of financing. And for some reason, the sector seems not to be very attractive to development partners as other types of projects are, perhaps because of the complexity, perhaps because of the players. Well, if you compare, for instance, with the electricity sector, it's easy to identify the off-taker straight away, and the process is much simpler. And so this tends to be a challenge. And also, in addition to that, there are even fewer financiers who are willing to finance the early stage. Many want to come in when a lot of the difficult back-breaking work has already been done. And as you noted earlier, this is by small and medium-sized enterprises, which makes it even more difficult to access financing. Then turning to the government, most governments tend to prioritize electrification. But we have also noticed as a lesson learned that the more governments allocate to bioenergy, the more they're able to attract additional support from other partners. And an interesting observation also is that as access levels increase in electrification, then more attention seems to, as a pattern that seems to be emerging, is that once they see that they are achieving the electrification goals, then some more attention and a little bit more resources tend to now start going towards bioenergy and clean cooking. But this does not need to be the case. You can push all the different aspects of energy growth, both electrification and bioenergy, with the same vigor and with the same energy at all times. But on a positive note, and it may have already emerged from various presentations before, that bioenergy and modernizing bioenergy is contributing to reduction of gender inequalities by creating jobs for women and youth, also creating opportunities for them to for entrepreneurial and innovative ideas to emerge, while at the same time bioenergy has a very direct and tangible community benefits. As Monga pointed out, it also provides green jobs, and its scalability makes it modular in a way that it can have very positive impacts on the community. So turning back to, well, that marks the end of the lessons I was able to pick. I'm sure there are many more lessons that can be picked from our process. Those are the ones I was able to pick and highlight in this period. So coming back to where we are in this process, in terms of future plans, we do intend and plan to proceed with the West African strategy and complete, and move on to the other two remaining regions in terms of completing the regional bioenergy strategies and investment plans. And then as way of moving on, we would like to support member states to integrate these strategies, to integrate them within their regional programs, within their regional and national plans, and so that they can also attract budgets from national and regional level. And our other plans are also to mobilize resources for member states that want to unpack further the regional strategies into national bioenergy action plans. This is already one of the routes that West Africa is wanting to go. Then, as Monga mentioned, there has been since the year 2017 a decision by the STC to design a facility to support bioenergy project preparation, and this is really something that we'd like to see done, and this is one of the things that we'd like to do moving ahead. And we believe that this can be a game changer in the bioenergy sector, the same way, for instance, the geothermal risk mitigation facility has been a game changer in the development of geothermal in the East African region, where geothermal resources are found. But we also would like to increase the capacity of bioenergy data collection by Africa. I do recall that when Mr. Rashid presented on the first day, the issue of data and data collection came up, and this would really help to inform policy decisions and strategic direction that we can take. So coming to my conclusion, I would like to stress again that to succeed in mainstream bioenergy modernization, we need to strengthen the anchor regional and national institutions to play a key role, the RECs and the regional centers. So we need to support them, to strengthen them, to resource them, and to capacitate them so that they can coordinate the efforts of mainstreaming. And also to urge governments to give more priority to bioenergy by allocating more resources. I think I'll leave it there, Monga, and I thank you very much for your kind attention. Over to you, Monga.
Monga, I believe you're muted.
Okay, thank you, Peter, for a very wonderful presentation that reflects, also, putting to the fore. I see some of people are, in the chat box are saying, but despite these obvious benefits, why do governments often not supporting bioenergy? It's a very, very good question. I think that we need to explore, given if we have time. But Peter, it was a very good exposition, of the process, that was pre-COVID. Let's do that. Let's mention that. But now with the post-COVID, things may actually take a different turn, as we have to take advantage, of a you know, of the sort of the new initiatives, you know, of build back the economies of Africa, also of a new sort of a pathway, of a clean sort of a pathway. So it's very, very important that we do that. And also, you know, it's very, the other thing that you know, you've mentioned around sort of the investment challenges, you know, that we need to create success stories in this bioenergy for bioeconomy. We need to create, I think, you know, the establishment of this facility, which is possible, you know, given sort of the appetite, you know, in the world around clean energy development. You know, we need to do that. You know, I think, you know, we need to be the agent of change, you know, and play a role, this catalytic role to have this. Also, and also the strengthening of these regional organization is very, very important. That is the institutional creation. So these are the two main areas that I think, you know, moving forward, they can be able, to increase sort of the visibility of this agenda, so that, you know, government can be able to support it, because in many ways, you know, the bioeconomy, you know, competes with others. You know, there is a solar, there is wind, there is geothermal. You know, there are other sort of clean energy technology. There are sort of LPG now that is gaining track. So therefore, you know, a bioenergy, you know, or bioeconomy, you know, is in competition, or is seen as in competition with other sort of clean clean energy solutions. So we need to make sure, we need to be realistic in terms of that. So therefore, you know, many governments, you know, they look at least cost plans, you know, sort of what is the least cost plan that we can go through in terms of producing the same, because, you know, producing energy, you know, energy is you know, it's good for its services. That what does it produce? So therefore, in many instances, government tends not to look at the source, but to look at the actual sort of energy, you know, for end users. So thank you for this presentation. I hear that Professor Sinkala hasn't joined us as yet, but we'll continue. You know, I want to give the floor to my friend Boyki, you know, to talk about, you know, because he's more on the ground. You know, for us, we are talking at the policy level, you know, at the strategy level. But for him, you know, he is at the coalface, you know, where we'll talk about the opportunities, you know, of generating diesel, you know, from animal fat. Over to you, Boyke.
Thank you, Monga. Let me try to share my screen. Okay. All right. Yes. Is it visible that side?
Yeah, it's coming.
Okay. Let me put it in the presentation mode. I am not going to switch on my camera because my internet this side is so unstable. So I keep on losing you even when you are talking. So
Okay.
I prefer not to switch it on, but I'm not a ghost. I will prefer to go. How is it, Monga? Is it on?
It's not on yet on this side. Maybe it's gonna come, but I think you should continue in the interest of time.
Yes. Good morning.
Yeah,
all.
it's on now.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Boyki Maboe, as introduced me, and I'm particularly honored to be participating in this conference as a presenter. It gives us an opportunity to talk about our experiences here in Botswana with regard to biodiesel production from animal fats and used vegetable oils or used cooking oils. I will start my presentation by trying to share with you why we are pursuing this biodiesel production project. First of all, Botswana imports 100% of its fossil-based petroleum fuel requirements from our neighboring countries, mainly South Africa. And secondly, climate change has become a major global concern, cause of concern, as its effects can be catastrophic to the world. And as such, Botswana has not been spared of the wrath of climate change. And this has challenged all of us in our little corners to do something about it. And we chose this small project to contribute our little bit to climate change. Lastly, national biodiesel production presents an opportunity for the development of a sustainable fuel source, especially in light of the socio-economic effects which have been brought about by COVID-19. What has the government of Botswana been doing to encourage biofuels production in the country? With regard to climate change, Botswana ratified the UNFCCC, and in 2016, they developed the INDCs, which later became the NDCs, and set an ambitious target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 15% in 2030. So, and biodiesel project is one small project that can contribute to that emission reduction target that Botswana has set itself. And with regard to the energy policy, we don't have the energy policy yet. It has been the draft, I don't know since when, but it is still a draft. And in this draft that we are using, they are advocating for both on-grid and off-grid renewable energy applications, stating that the government of Botswana will support and facilitate initiatives that increase contribution of renewable energy to the energy supply mix of the country in order to attain energy supply security and low carbon energy portfolio. With regard to the biofuels guidelines, a consultant has been engaged to develop the national biofuels guidelines as a tool that will properly guide interested stakeholders, local and foreign investors, including developers who would like to invest in biofuel production in Botswana. And a lot has been happening in the space of renewable energy, as the government recently launched an IRP plan, which is going to take us to 2040. IRP is Integrated Resource Plan, which is going to take us to 2040. But in the plan, there's not a single mention of bioenergy. It is only talking about solar, and more solar, and wind has a place also there, but it is a very small place. But mostly the IRP is talking about solar. With regard to waste to energy, there has been something happening because the population of Botswana has exerted pressure on the country's waste management systems. And this has resulted in a need for government to consider an integrated approach to waste management. And to this end, a consultant has been commissioned to conduct a feasibility study on waste to energy. So the waste to energy study and the biofuels guidelines, I'm actually sitting in the steering committees of those two projects, and they are going to be completed in April, by end of April this year. So we hope that those studies are not going to gather dust in the shelves, and they are going to be put into good use, because with regard to the biofuels guidelines, one was developed in 2010, around 2010 or 2011, but it was not giving really guiding the investors to say this is what you need to do. And this one is supposed to be an improvement of the previous guidelines, and we hope that it will open floodgates for bioenergy to blossom in the country. Now, coming back to our country, our company, Biodiesel Botswana has operated in Botswana since 2006. And we stopped our operation in 2014 due to issues that we had with the government regarding the animal fat component of the project. And we had to do an environmental impact assessment study in the middle of our project. And this meant that we had to close down, because with the environmental impact assessment study, you can't do the study when the project is still ongoing, because it is supposed to be the referee to your project to say whether you should continue or stop where you are. So by the time the EIA was approved in 2016, we were literally broke, and we closed down business. Basically, the business stopped operation in 2014, and we are now looking at, we are intending to restart our production, and we hope that by early 2022, we will be able to produce our cleaner and sustainable fuel source. The company started somewhere in the northwest part of the country and went down to the south, where there is the majority of the population, and hence where there is a lot of feedstock. So we have been operating in the south from 2008 to 2014. And when we were in operation, we were using used cooking oil mainly, and then we were introducing animal fat slowly, because our license was only talking to used cooking oil, but the animal fat in the country is so widely available, and we have plenty of that animal fat, which in some cases it becomes an eyesore. So we were trying to solve this problem by converting this animal fat into a fuel. Unfortunately, we had to undergo the EIA, which led to our demise. Now, as we restart our project, our objectives are to redesign and refurbish our biodiesel production plant and be able to produce 5,000 liters of biodiesel per day from both animal fats and used cooking oils. We also want to produce high quality glycerol, hand sanitizers, and bar soaps from the glycerol. Glycerol is the byproduct of biodiesel production. So we intend to use this glycerol to produce hand sanitizers and bar soaps as our small contribution to reducing the risks of contracting COVID-19. You know, we have been told that we need to wash our hands regularly, but you need soap to wash those hands. You need hand sanitizers to clean those hands. So we intend to produce this locally and take advantage of the opportunity that has been brought about by COVID-19. Our operation will develop and enhance local expertise around the areas of biodiesel technologies and production processes through creation of permanent employment. A lot of people have lost their jobs during this COVID era, and it's really tough for everyone. So our fuel production enterprise will contribute to government policy of improving energy security of Botswana by reducing dependence on imported fuels. During the first lockdown in Botswana last year, around April, May, we had shortage of fuel because most of our fuel is coming through the borders. And when the borders were closed, we didn't have fuel in the country, and it was really bad. So this has challenged us to really do something about it. We have two processors in our inventory. We have a manual processor which we can assemble anytime, and it will be in operation within a week or two. And then we have a cavity reactor which we bought from a company called CT Systems. And unfortunately, our cavity reactor didn't work when it arrived in Botswana. We don't know whether it was programming issues or what, but surprisingly, Professor Sinkala also bought the same equipment in Zambia. He bought from the same company, and there's he was giving me feedback that it is working. It was working fine. So we still need to find out why ours is not working properly. So our University of Science and Technology, which is called BIOEST, has taken the reactor to have a look at it and see whether it needs reprogramming so that they can remove the old program and install and design our own program here, which will suit our conditions and our feedstocks. Now, the table here shows our estimated monthly production in volumes as well as the annual volumes. The estimated, these estimates are derived from our target of 5,000 liters of biodiesel per day. And we working 8 hours a day, 20 days a week. It should be noted that biodiesel volumes will increase exponentially when the blending ratio of B10 is adopted. That is blending biodiesel with the normal diesel, which is at 10%. And our production of biodiesel will be ramped up to 10,000 liters a day on the 5th year. That is our plan at the moment. As I have already mentioned, the products that will be produced by this facility will be biodiesel, glycerol, bar soaps, and hand sanitizers. We are still going to do some research on the hand sanitizers. We have not yet concluded on that, but we realize that it could be one of the things, the products that we can produce from our facility. Now, with regard to the socio-economic benefits which will be derived from this activity, they include abatement of socio-economic effects of COVID-19. As we are all aware, the pandemic is threatening to take down our economies and has disrupted our societal fabric and traditions. We no longer greet each other when we meet. We just wave. We don't visit each other. We don't bury our loved ones like we used to do. So this has challenged all of us to exploit the opportunities that have been brought about by COVID-19. And in terms of employment creation, our facility and its spin-off products are expected to create an initial 30 to 50 permanent jobs for the local people, and this number is expected to rise as the project grows. With regard to the transfer of knowledge and skills, all production staff to be employed by this facility and its associated products will be required to undergo regular and various training in new and updated production techniques so that they are able to efficiently and effectively run the production process. Such training will constitute transfer of new knowledge and skills within the proposed project area. The biodiesel facility will result in business transactions that are expected to lead to payment of various forms of taxes, levies, fees, and other statutory obligations, all of which will contribute to the national treasury. And the establishment of this facility will provide a ready and steady market for abattoirs and farmers, local farmers, especially those who are producing beef. We are also going to negotiate feedstock prices, animal fat prices with our abattoir, our main abattoir, which is the Botswana Meat Commission or BMC. And because this fat has in the past proven to be an environmental eyesore, as it was stockpiling in their facility and becoming an eyesore. The farmers are also often stuck with the animal fat, which is produced during meat processing, which then becomes a disposal issue. So we are also going to re-establish a countrywide used cooking oil collection system from the hotels, the supermarket, the restaurants, and the schools. If we don't collect this feedstock, this used cooking oils, most of the time they mix it with hot water and pour it down the drains. And then it eventually solidifies underground and blocks the systems, and it becomes a problem. In conclusion, Mr. Mekwana, and on the way forward, we need clear bioenergy policies and regulatory frameworks. We also need land to grow our own feedstock, our own energy crops, so that we don't depend on other people for provision of this feedstock. Because sometimes the feedstock doesn't come, and most of the time we compete with big companies from South Africa buying this feedstock at very lucrative prices, and it makes us lose an opportunity that we could have used to create employment locally. and we create. They are our neighbors. We like them, but we end up creating employment in other countries. We are also open to investors, and we need funding. Now, this picture was taken in our facility in Lobatse. These tanks were waiting to be uplifted into the bandwall, and the bandwall was painted nicely before we closed the facility down. And now we have moved from this area, and we are now, we hope we will be allocated land soon in a small town north of Gaborone, some 20 kilometers north of Gaborone. So this is where we will be allocated a plot. Now, some of our equipment is also lying in different farms, and we are just awaiting to be given the plot so that we put all this equipment into good use. I think this is the end of my presentation, Mr. Metfana. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Boyke, for this wonderful presentation. I've always been a fan, of this biodiesel Botswana, and also, it shows in practice, the bioeconomy, the linkages, what we talk about in a very sort of the elements of that, linkages to other sectors. For instance, now your linkage to have, in terms of your future growth area in producing sanitizers, soaps, the linkages to job creation, also addressing, the country's dependence on imported, fully imported fuel. But I do know that you don't have refineries, within the country. So I thank you for that. Let me go to the chat. There is a specific question that is directed to you, around animal fats. Is there a special type of animal fat that needs to be used for making biodiesel, or one can use all types of animal fat? Can you respond to that?
Okay, thank you so much, Victor Akim, for this question. By the time we closed our facility in 2019, we were still doing different tests in our laboratories to try and see if chicken fat, animal fat, pig fat, and all those different fats can be used for processing into biodiesel. But our main focus was still on animal fat. That is the one that we realized that yes, indeed it was practical and it was doable, and it can be economically viable for the company also to make some money out of it. So we are still going to do some research on other fats that are available in the country, and encourage people to, if it is profitable, I mean, if it is doable, to encourage people to produce fat and sell to us, so that we all benefit from this noble project. I hope I've answered you, Mr. Akim.
Okay. There is a question, an issue around, it's in French, around data. I think it's for you, Peter. That how if my French is serves me well, perhaps like if these people can actually say if I've interpreted correctly. They say that AFREC, provides training on data, but they don't provide sort of the mechanism for data. So like in terms of the data, yeah.
Thank you, Monga. And yeah, it is, that's correct. And I see that Mr. Rashid Abdallah has already addressed that question on the chat also at the bottom of the chat. So I don't know if I need to say any more. The Rashid himself has responded, so I better not contradict him.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he has explained. Yeah, in short, he has explained that Africa has taken steps in developing the relevant questionnaires, and of course, I know that they're also training the focal points at national levels to be able to undertake this. So it's not only training, but also the means to do that, and they will also develop a policy brief that will accompany this process.
Okay. And then to you again, Boyke, can we have some statistics in terms of heads of cattle in Botswana and the amount of animal fat which can be produced in a sustainable way? So do you have enough cattle? Me, I know
we do. We do have enough cattle. Actually, the population of cattle in Botswana is more than the population of people. So we do have cattle, and we are producing beef to the EU market. And you know, most of the time they don't want this. They prefer lean meat without fat, and we eventually produce a lot of fat in this process of trying to squeeze out the fat from the beef. So yes, in terms of the raw material, it is there, it is available. I don't have the figures, the latest figures now, but yes, we have cattle, we have animal fat. And in my presentation, I also mentioned that we need land to grow our energy crops so that we ensure the sustainability of this project, because you know, sometimes the beef, the cattle, the beef industry is attacked by drought, and then the population of the cattle reduces drastically, and drought or sometimes diseases. So we need our own land so that we grow our own energy crops to ensure sustainability of the project.
Okay,
but
thanks.
Yes, we do have cattle, we do have feed.
Yeah, thanks. Although I think Mamadou and Dianka wanted to look at the statistics, but anyway, that's fine. Just before we close, I put in a closing remark. I want to give 1 minute to Rashid, to talk about sort of his response on the data, because I think it's a very, very important question. Rashid.
Yes, thank you, Monga. And thank you to all participants who brought this issue of data in the discussion again. We understand that without data, we cannot develop any policy. And I think that the issue of the data, it is something, or there are some gap in all the energy sectors. What we did in 2020, we refab our all African Energy Information System. We developed new questionnaire. This questionnaire actually is supposed to collect data on all indicators for all sectors, including data for energy balance, energy efficiency indicator for residential, for industrial, for transport, and also for service sectors. We are going to collect data in CO2 emission, energy price and taxes, but we put a very strong emphasis on questionnaire on bioenergy. And we also develop online data collection system, which you can see. We will use it by our focal point. And also we develop visualization tool, online visualization tool, which all member state or all public, they can upload or see our data in any form, graphs or tables or whatever. And also we are planning to hold a very big workshop this year, at least to harmonize the bioenergy data collection and analysis, because this is a gap. The gap, first of all, data normally, or bioenergy data, it is not like other form of energy. So it is a trees, is cut in the rural area. Sometimes the reporting is not correct, no survey, something like this. So we are working very hard on that, and I think very soonly we will see that this bioenergy data will be improved, and all the reporting that we are doing. And of course, we are working also with GBEP to provide support directly to the country to use these GBEP indicators, which I think it is also very important. And in addition to that, we are planning to publish several policy briefs, and will circulate to the ministers. And also we try to bring ministers to discuss the hot topic in energy sectors, including this bioenergy. So in general, we are aware about the gaps in our sites and the gap in our member state, and we are working on that, and we are welcome any support from anyone, by idea or by to have a bilateral discussion on how we can support your institution or your organization or your country, and also how you can provide support to us to improve this this area, so that we can achieve the Agenda 2063. Thank you very much, Monga.
Okay, thanks. You know, in conclusion, you know, I think now it's 12:42. We'll actually give it to Michela, you know, to tell us what we need to do. But one thing that I need to mention is that bioeconomy is happening, you know, but it needs support. It needs visibility. You know, our projects, there are numerous projects, you know, that Boiki and others, you know, it's a pity that we could not hear some of the sort of the real project happening on the ground, you know, that it needs support. It needs sort of funding, particularly the early project funding, because you could see, you know, that it's not only producing energy, you know, it's producing other sort of pieces of economy. So that is very, very important. I think the initiative, you know, that AUC is championing with our support of establishing, you know, this facility, you know, it can be one of the ways of ensuring that visibility is happening, and then also that the governments, you know, in Africa, in our African member state, can be able to take it seriously. Over to you, Maria Michela.
Thank you so much, Monga, and thank you for the discussion, because it has been extremely interesting also to hear not only you and the two speakers, the two colleagues, but also an active discussion in the chat regarding what are the challenges currently, and how policymakers and organizations are working hard in order to make progresses. And hopefully also this Bioenergy Week has been an opportunity to contribute to the discussion of the bioenergy priorities, including bioeconomy, bioenergy in the context of bioeconomy in Africa, to set up a regional strategy on bioeconomy, and also to further collect data in Africa, as Rashid was mentioning. We are hoping, we are aiming to join forces also in that context. So before we break for lunch, allow me to present the interactive Slido word wall that we have normally at lunchtime every day. So participants could go to slido.com on their computer or phone and enter the code that you see on the screen. You may think about the thematic question that I will say in a minute. Here it is. What words describe the bioeconomy to you? So you can enter one word at a time, And at the end of the lunch break, we will have, as in the previous days, a word wall representing your views, the views of all the participants with respect to bioeconomy. Okay, so we will reconvene at 12:40, so in a bit less than 1 hour. If possible, please connect also a couple of minutes before, because we will distribute participants into various breakout groups with the view to discuss the outcome document, which draft was circulated yesterday to all participants. In case you haven't received the draft outcome document, please let us know and we will resend that to you. So be ready for this discussion after lunch. We reconvene at 12:40, so a bit less than 1 hour East Africa time. If possibly, do not disconnect with your internet, because this will facilitate us to distribute you through the breakout groups as soon as we reconvene. So thank you so much. I already see words coming into the wall. So please continue joining and sharing your views regarding bioeconomy. See you in a bit less than 1 hour. Thank you so much. Have a good lunch. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, good afternoon. Welcome back to the last sessions of the 8th Bioenergy Week. Allow me to remind you all that this important event has been organized by the Global Bioenergy Partnership in collaboration and with the support of UNECA, with the FAO, and with the African Union, Africa. And I would also like to thank our colleagues of the US Grains Council that kindly supported us for the coverage of the interpretation service. So we would like also to thank US Grains Council for this opportunity to involve as many colleagues as possible, also to break the wall of languages, allowing the interpretation in English and French. I would like to, as soon as I see people slowly reconnecting. So before we restart with our next sessions, I would like to comment a bit on the Slido word wall that you see on the screen. It slowly changed throughout the lunch break. So now the highest in terms of word wall, I mean words that were inserted, is circular economy. So what words describe the bioeconomy to you? So the main one seems to be circular economy, but it's also true that sustainable growth is second, let's say, as a priority, followed by energy food nexus. So those are the three main that I see, that I recognize amongst the priorities, let's say, that you have identified as words that represent bioeconomy. We have many others, very interesting ones that I see also cascading use. So this also really represents bioeconomy for many. Local level, holistic approach is also very much, which also represents the basics of what were mentioned during the session before the lunch break. Well, talking about the session that we've had before the lunch break on the bioeconomy opportunities in Africa, kindly and ably moderated by Monga, we have mentioned that one participant, one speaker, was not in the position to join before, but he's now here. It's Professor Thomson Sinkala, chairman of Tomro Biofuels. He was expected to intervene before, talking about integrated phytomining and ethanol production in the Zambian copper belt. And I would like to invite Professor Sinkala to intervene and take the floor. You have 5-6 minutes before we start the discussions in the breakout groups for the outcome document, and you may decide to share your screen and give the PPT that you were planning to give, or to make a statement and then summarize your priority messages that you would like to give. Professor Sinkala, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair and colleagues, for your understanding. I went for COVID therapy. This is why I missed the session, because I targeted the original time. That was, but let me see if I can share this presentation. Right. Can you all see the presentation?
Absolutely, yes, indeed.
Good.
Please go ahead.
So I'll run through quickly. This one is on integrating bioenergy in remediation of pollution in the mining industry. As the chair said, I'll run through quickly. We have lots of dumps occurring all over the world where mining is taking place. Now, where I have highlighted in yellow, it shows the land taken by the dumps in Zambia. If you total those, in Copper Belt alone, there are more than 30,000 hectares, which is land that can be used for many other things. The mining itself takes on a small area, but the dispersion of pollutants is very wide. It's not only in Zambia where this is happening. Globally, it's reported that 5 to 7 billion tons of tailings dams are created annually. You see, annually. And you can see here that dispersion is occurring from where these dams are, and pollution is taking place in water, on soil, and many other areas. And you can see on my top right here, the change in color of water due to acid rock drainage. We also have undertaken studies over an area of 50 by 150 kilometers, and we found that there are pollutants in food. So people on the crop belt and many other areas in the world where mining is taking place with dams, you can expect that. The challenges is that the methods being used, the physical, chemical, and biological techniques, they are not effective and they're expensive, and they don't take away pollution, pollutants like heavy metals. And in terms of cost, the Auditor General in Zambia, as you can see there, undertook a study and found that mining companies only paid 50 million out of the expected 226 million. That's how difficult, dollars. That's how difficult they're finding this to be. It's not only in Zambia, elsewhere as well. Here's another report in Australia where government actually carried out a study and found that the mining companies, what they're paying is not enough. And also, here's a study in South Africa. You can see below there, phytotechnology costs between $0.02 to $10 per cubic meter of soil, compared to up there, $4,000 per cubic meter of soil using non-biological remediation approaches. Now, in Zambia, we have what we call hyper-accumulator plants. These are plants that accumulate heavy metals at elevated levels. You can see where I've marked red how much they accumulate. On the left there, where you have copper, 3,038 milligrams per kilogram, it's actually the same in Northwestern province are mining after investing billions of dollars. So you can see that these plants, if we made use of them, we could actually reverse a number of things and hit several birds with one stone. We even have these plants that are accumulating as high as 1% by weight. And this is huge. By the way, it's not only in Zambia that these plants are found, they're also found in Congo. So it's we can call an internationally occurring situation. It's not just terrestrial plants, the ones I show you, but also aquatic plants like cattail and water hyacinth, which are found almost anywhere in the world. What does this mean? Remediation is more like agro-mining. So there you have a dump on top left, and then you level it, you put appropriate plants, they suck minerals out of the ground, and then you process them. And this is some example which was done by colleagues Van de Ent and the group. What are we saying when we say we integrate? What we are saying here is that instead of taking the plant and extracting minerals, you first add value to them. And this can be in form of bioenergy, carbon dioxide, plastics, and many other products. After that, you then extract minerals and other products that follow. So this is the integration that we are talking about, so that you not only give a greater economy to the plant, but also you minimize the cost. For example, if you take cattail, you can get as much as 70,000 liters per hectare per year using sewage. So that's quite a good economy here. It means the domestic material, our refuse that we have in cities is actually a huge economy if we made use of it appropriately. In conclusion, using this approach, everyone benefits, and I've just highlighted a few here. not that they are the most important, but just to mention a few. Government would benefit because they would rehabilitate mine areas beyond license areas. They will get money through taxes. There'll be political stability, especially in mine areas, and many other benefits. Similarly, the mining host communities can also benefit in many ways. The host communities will get their land back for agricultural uses and many other applications. The industry itself will reduce environmental bills. They can become more competitive and will improve the image. The learning institutions, they'll get patents, they'll have more funds for research and so forth. And finally, the private sector will become more competitive and they'll have more innovations. So this is just a summary. You can read more details there. And if you have questions, keep in touch with me. Once again, thank you very much, Chair, and my colleagues for your tolerance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sinkala. It's very much appreciated. And thank you for the very interesting presentation, shortened with respect to what you would have presented, but extremely interesting. And it's good to hear the experience of Zambia here. And of course, participants are invited to insert in the chat box their question for Professor Sinkala, so that he could take them and reply directly in the chat box, as we did in the previous session. So much. Thank you so much for your intervention. Now we go straight ahead to the next session, which was foreseen in the agenda. So the next session is focused on the outcome document of this Bioenergy Week. So you have received yesterday, the draft outcome documents that we have prepared, and we would like now to subdivide the participants currently online and that we continue to connect into various groups. We are now 35 participants, and we could, instead of creating 3 groups, and I also consult with the moderators of the breakout groups, maybe we could only create 2 groups, one group for French and one group for English speaking colleagues, so that we could have only 2 groups. As far as I see, our colleague Matteo, who's kindly supporting us with technicalities, has shown on the screen all the participants that were registered, and you could select the kind of the breakout group you would like to join, depending on the language that you would prefer. So please go ahead and select your preferred room, so that the system will allow us to go directly into the breakout rooms. And please note that starting from now, we will have 40 minutes. 40 minutes for discussion, and then afterwards, Matteo will bring us back into the plenary. Thank you so much. So let's start with the breakout rooms. Thank you.
Yes, Michelle, for clarity, we are talking about 2 groups, French and English.
Yes, I guess that
not
as
3.
As far as I understand, I see that Matteo has told me that the 3rd group has been automatically formed anyway, because we set the technicalities for this.
Because since the number is limited, maybe the English could be 1 group.
Exactly, but I don't know if this is now feasible from a technical point of view. So I would like to ask Matteo if this is feasible. Matteo, just if you could intervene. Okay, so you can move them on in order to create only one English
Yes.
one English group. Okay, I see Matteo's message. Okay, so let's.
Okay, Michelle, is
Yes.
up. Rashid is gonna moderating this group, right?
No, no, no. we are the same. No problem. You can moderate.
Okay, let's say that both Rashid and Munga, if we create only one English group, you could co-chair, co-moderate the discussion.
Okay.
Okay, good. So it takes some time to form the groups. I would like to ask Matteo if there are difficulties, technical difficulties, or if we have to ask participants to do something else to move into the breakout groups. Matteo, please.
Okay, Michela, no, the rooms are open. All the users can just click on join to the room they want to join. So then if somebody joined the second English room, I can move them to the first one. But in the meanwhile, I can see 24 users in the plenary who don't join the rooms yet. So
okay, I see the point now, Matteo, because I now see that on the bottom side of the Zoom page, of the Zoom screen, participants, you will see a number of buttons like share screen, and then there is one button next to the interpretation one, which reads breakout rooms. Please click there and choose the room that you would like to participate. If the French one or English one, please go ahead and move into the other rooms. I'll go ahead, Matteo, and I will join the rooms. Monga and Rashid, please select English into the button related to breakout rooms so that you move into the breakout rooms. Is this fine, Rashid and Monga? Okay, maybe they have moved. Okay, we will reconvene.
Hello. Have we been left without a group? It is not clear.
Yeah, it seems like we're left, maybe we're late.
No, I have no, Sola. I've been connected here all the time. They mentioned the two groups, but one English, one French, and I can see the number reduced here. So maybe this is a third group. Hi, Megan.
Because they said bottom of the, I was a bit late. When I came in, they were saying click at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah,
English, but I didn't see the way we're supposed to click.
Yeah, I also didn't see any. So maybe Matteo, you can let us know if we can be the third group and somebody just sends us the questions and we can discuss them here, or we are reallocated to the English group. It's not really clear.
Yeah, because
yeah, I also did not clear, because when you click on breakout rooms at the bottom, it shows you who's in it, but it doesn't say how to get there. So
yeah.
Oh, we send an email.
Let me see if I can send one here. No, well, Matteo is here, so I don't know. Let me send quickly a message to them. Sorry, I just sent a message to Michela and Connie, and I can see Matteo. You are again here. Connie, you are here. We don't
hello.
know.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Yes. Jean-Yves Garnier speaking. I have the same problem as you, and in fact, I mean, I know how to. I just found a way to join a group. When you go on the bottom line, okay, you have a sound, you have a video, and if you go at the right, you have, before leave, you have more. In French, it's plus. You have more, yes. You click on more,
and it says join breakout room.
Join breakout, and you can select your group you want to join. Okay.
I don't have the more.
Well, I don't know. In French, it says plus. I suppose in English it's more, but I cannot guess.
Oh, yeah, there are breakout rooms here.
Yes. Okay. All right. And then you can join.
Thank you. But now there are two groups in English.
Well, there is one group. There is only two persons. So.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Jean-Yves. Actually, I've clicked on breakout rooms, but when I start to join the French one, yes, it doesn't go through. I click join, but it doesn't
go through. Okay, let me try to do it also, because all right.
Well, I will try to join the English too.
Could I suggest, hi everybody, it's Connie here from the GBIP Secretariat. Seeing as people are having a little bit of trouble connecting to the rooms, and Yaguba, I see that he is here from African Union, and he should be moderating the French discussion. In this plenary, we have the simultaneous interpretation. So my suggestion would be that Yaguba, if it's fine, you could moderate the discussion of our group that we find ourselves here. And you can either speak in English or French, and we will have the simultaneous translation for anyone who's in this group. If that sounds fine to everybody, we could go ahead, and I would leave the moderation to you, Yaguba. Is that fine?
So we can stay here?
Exactly, we could stay here and it would be fine.
Okay, thank you, Connie.
No problem.
Okay, that's fine. So let me speak in French. I can see when you look at the French group there are two more people who are still in that breakout group. So I don't know if someone can just go and tell them to come to the plenary.
I will ask Matteo to move them. Matteo, is that fine? Matteo will do it. For anyone who wants to listen in English, please just remember you can click the little interpretation sign at the bottom.
Yeah, actually, if most of the people here are English speakers, then we can do in English. But it's just that one group was supposed to be in French, so that's why I'm thinking maybe we could use I can use the French language so that we give them the same opportunity. I don't know.
No problem. Absolutely fine. English or French is perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, Yaguba.
Okay.
I pass
So
it over to you.
Let's go in French. I think we've been losing some time. The idea, l'idée ici, c'est vraiment d'aller sur le document qui a été partagé hier pour voir si on est d'accord avec les propositions qui sont faites ici. Ça, c'est vraiment les recommandations principales de cette conférence. Donc, le document, il est structuré, il y a une préambule. Ensuite, il y a les différentes sessions qui sont déroulées durant la conférence. Et voilà, donc, comme on a déjà perdu un peu de temps, je voudrais... On a 9 sections. Si vous regardez bien le document, il y a 9 sections, à part la préambule. Donc, on va aller section par section et voir s'il y a des observations, si vous avez des recommandations à rajouter, ou bien si vous pensez que certaines des recommandations qui sont dans le document ne sont pas très pertinentes pour faire avancer le secteur de la bioénergie dans les prochaines années. Donc, je vais commencer par la préambule. Ça décrit vraiment de façon générale la conférence. Ce n'est pas des recommandations en tant que telles, mais c'est juste pour voir rapidement en 1 ou 2 minutes s'il y a des observations sur la préambule. Donc, si vous voulez prendre la parole, vous pouvez lever la main. On vous donne la parole, vous exprimez directement au lieu de taper dans le chat.
Could you just please zoom in?
Yeah, Constant, we are quickly looking at the preamble in case they have any comment on that. Quickly, that's maybe 1 minute, if there is any comment on the preamble. But
Yeah, I have one comment.
Okay.
My hand, it's on the point where it says some of the limitations for this underdevelopment. I think there is a chicken and egg issue there. I think lack of investment is also a limitation. Of course, lack of information is a limitation to get investment, but you need investment to be able to address all the bullets that are there. That's what I actually think.
OK. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres commentaires? Est-ce qu'il y a des observations?
Yes. I was a moderator of the group on statistics, so no surprise if I comment on statistics. I sent last night my comments to the organizers, but I just want to repeat here. When you go to the list of limitation, it said misinformation on the impact of bioenergy. It's not only the misinformation, it's misinformation and lack of information. And the sentence continues by particularly biofuels on food security. It's not only on food security, it's also on health and deforestation.
Okay. Okay. So this is still on the preamble. Huh? Now we are going to move to the first session. Constance, si vous pouvez faire dérouler ça sur la session sur les politiques. I think it's, voilà, ici. Voilà. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a des observations par rapport à cette session? Je ne sais pas si le modérateur de la session est avec nous ici, sur les politiques générales et nationales. Est-ce qu'il y a des observations sur les recommandations qui sont présentées ici?
Rocio raised her hand, Yaguba.
Sorry, I could not see the hands. Yes, Rocio.
Yes, thank you. I think here, I mean, there have been so many reports and exercises reviewing regional and national policies that I think that the issue here would be to really find out who has done this type of reviews and try to integrate them. I think this would be the same case as with the comment from Jan Ive in terms of the statistics. So we know this information it's around. It's just that it is distributed along different organizations and different reports. So I think it is not really starting from zero. I think that what GBEP could really do, it's really to try to bring together all these reports that are already there in terms of the policies and how bioenergy is being integrated along the different countries and regions, particularly, I mean, in general in Africa, but I think particularly in sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, I think it's not only bringing together, I fully agree with you, but it's also harmonizing, because
yes,
if you go to one source or you go to another source, I mean, you will not have the same number.
I agree. And these they can be put together to really see also the differences that they have. And again, many organizations, including the one I collaborate with, and in many projects we have been together with several partners. So some of them are in this Bioenergy Week. I think that the effort has to be put there. There is no really sense of starting from zero when all this has already been done. And I agree, and harmonize them, see where there are really the gaps of them.
Yeah,
okay.
Seconded.
Ok, that well, ça c'est bien noté, merci beaucoup. S'il n'y a pas d'autres commentaires sur les politiques générales et nationales, on va aller sur le point suivant, sur les statistiques. Ou bien, non? Non, sorry, ce n'est pas des statistiques, c'est les chaînes de valeur. Voilà, sur le point numéro 3, les chaînes de valeur durables pour la sécurité alimentaire et énergétique. Est-ce qu'il y a des observations par rapport aux recommandations qui nous sont présentées ici?
So Yaguba, me again?
Okay.
So I think it's the same as with the previous point. There are far too many efforts also on this value chains for food and energy security. I think that particularly for this, and again, joining with the ones on the statistics, I think that there is need to do kind of a systematic review where we can really integrate all this information, even with the bioeconomy strategy that has been developed for East Africa, and that is the intention of having it for also West, Central, and Southern Africa. This can be joined with the efforts from GBEP. There is much of this already in the literature, and we know for each one of these conferences, some new value chains come into. So it is again the issue of not just starting from zero, but really doing this kind of systematic review where we can integrate all what has already been done. And again, I think that several organizations, including GBEP, could be the depositories of this kind of information.
All right. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres commentaires?
And maybe just if I can just add one last thing, we are constructing a regional observatory in terms of bioeconomy and bioenergy will enter here. So I think this is something that we need to discuss with GBEP and other organizations so that the efforts are integrated and not separated.
Also, I want to make another comment. When it comes to the value chain, there is always a missing middle. If you look at most of the documentation that is there, there is always a missing middle. You have lots of documentation when people talk about how they can be produced, how sustainable the feedstocks are there, how is this, and then there is the other end, the consumption side, how it can be clean, how it can drive the economy. But the missing middle of making sure that the production and the end use are connected and they are informing each other, it's very, very scanty. You really don't find many research or documentation addressing the missing middle and how the actors are engaged, how the actors are regulated, how the actors come together. That missing middle is what actually is making the value chains not to be sustainable and viable in the long term.
OK. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres commentaires?
And
yes,
yes, Yaguba, and one following this point from Sola, I think having that information for the whole supply chain would make the circularity assessments even easier, because at the moment, much of it is seen as linear, and we have also to start to link them for the circular economy.
OK. Merci beaucoup. D'autres commentaires? D'autres suggestions? S'il n'y en a pas, on va aller au point numéro 4 sur les statistiques bioénergie. Est-ce qu'il y a des commentaires sur le point numéro 4?
Oui. Without a surprise, okay, since I was in charge of the reporting and statistics, I have a few comments. I was in contact with the director of AFREC last night, okay, on this text, and he would like to add a few things. When you read it, it's vital to improve, finance and enhance the capacity of the African countries. So if you can just add, don't forget the financing part of it. Later on in the sentence, you have for which the use of the GBEP sustainability indicators for bioenergy. So he would like to have for which the use of the AFREC information system and the GBEP. So to add the AFREC information system into this paragraph, because it's really one of the pillars which need to be consolidated between the countries and organizations. In the second paragraph, you have, in order to measure bioenergy and so on, after data is required, in fact, it's data are required, but data is a plural, are required, and you can add a sentence saying that the data needed encompass a wide spectrum of areas, including detailed consumption data, availability of biomass resources, as well as many health and socio-economic information.
Okay. Any other comments? Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres commentaires sur le point numéro 4? OK, bon, comme le modérateur est avec nous ici pour cette question, donc on est chanceux. On va aller au point numéro 5. La bioénergie durable et moyen de contribution à la conservation et à la restauration des terres. Est-ce qu'il y a des commentaires ici sur le point numéro 5?
Yes, it's a personal comment, okay? The last sentence of the first paragraph, it's in Africa, wood fuel demand is likely to increase in the forthcoming decades, driven mainly by population growth. But we should also add by population growth and urbanization, because the fact that the people move from rural areas to cities, that they give up on fuel wood and they move to charcoal. And as you know, charcoal is the major catastrophe in terms of deforestation.
OK. D'autres commentaires? Est-ce que le CEO veut parler?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think that also for this, it's not just sustainable bioenergy. I think we have to include some additional measures for this. And for example, landscape governance, it's one of the ways to move into this kind of not only land conservation, but better land management or better land use.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I think maybe sometimes people are a little bit too hard when they say wood fuel actually contributes a lot to deforestation. When you actually look at the statistics, it's because wood fuel is a secondary product of land clearance for agriculture. Even if you read recent literature, it will show you that really it's not the wood fuel first, it's the clearance for agriculture first, and then wood fuel is a byproduct. Those two things need to be linked. Instead of just separating to say wood fuel causes a lot of deforestation. Wood fuel causes a lot of degradation, forest degradation, not so much really large scale land, like here it says land degradation. It doesn't really cause lots of land. It's more about forest degradation when coupled with poor agricultural practices. That's when it actually causes a lot of land degradation. So I think that's something that we need to tweak in the second paragraph. Actually, that whole long sentence doesn't really read very well because wood fuel is also in energy production. It might need to be revisited a little bit just to rephrase that whole second paragraph.
I agree with Sola, and I would also like to say that I agree with Jean-Yves, because urbanization, agricultural land, and even pastoral land, are the main drivers of deforestation. And I think also that the second paragraph needs to be reworded and changed in terms of the traditional wood fuel.
Ok, ça c'est bien noté. Le secrétariat va prendre en charge cet amendement sur le deuxième paragraphe. Monsieur Patrick?
Yeah, I think there is an assumption we are missing somehow regarding the alternative energy sources development, because we assume wood fuel demand will continue to increase. That's right, but not at the same rate, because we are observing now efforts here and there in terms of alternative energy sources development. So the rate of demand might reduce, although the demand itself might increase, but not at the same rate as it is actually. So I think we need to nuance a bit the way this is formulated at that point.
Well, we have to be careful here, okay? Well, it's a big debate. Huh? On the one hand, you are right, okay, because you have alternative source of energy for households. But on the other hand, because people are moving from fuel wood to charcoal, charcoal is an accelerator of the deforestation. So the balance between the two has not been obvious. And I think what we have observed over the last years, there is still a big increase in terms of fuel wood consumption.
Yeah, I think that's true. Consumption of charcoal is likely to increase in the medium term.
Yes.
To be honest, because access to electricity is not moving at the expected rate, and increase in poverty levels, the impact of the pandemic on the economy, people lost jobs, they can't even afford the alternatives. So it really, in the short to medium term, use of charcoal, not firewood, use of charcoal is likely to increase in the short term. And I think what we really want for us who are advocating that we need to reduce wood fuel, we want to reduce the proportion of wood fuel would use in every household. We can't eliminate it, but we need to reduce the proportion so that people can use other alternatives together with the staking is the reality now. but let's try and promote alternatives to reduce that proportion of wood fuel use in the household.
OK. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres commentaires?
Yeah, I also wanted to comment on the second sentence on the last paragraph, which says enhance forest stocks and trigger investment to enhance local incomes for improved livelihoods. I think it's just not local incomes that we need to do, but we also need to make sure that there is also consideration of the needs of the poor in the cities. How do we increase access to energy sources in the cities? Because of course the rural poor are turning into charcoal to make money, but the people in the cities are turning to charcoal because of lack of access. How can we put that point together with the development of alternatives that we're talking about? How can we make that come out there?
And if I may just add to what you just said, Sola, it's not just urban. I mean, peri-urban areas in Sub-Saharan Africa are very difficult to deal with, and they have to be specified separately from urban and rural, so that we can really focus on the three of them.
Just jumping in here, it's Connie here from the GBIP Secretariat, and I'm listening to all of the comments. I know I haven't added them all into the document, but we're recording this and I'm also taking notes. And I know that Yaguba is also taking notes because he will be giving, let's say, telling the other groups what we've been talking about here now. But I just want to let you know that we have 5 minutes left until we will be going back with the rest of the group. And we do have right at the end of the document also a sort of a short-term action plan of some action plan points. So I wonder whether in the last 5 minutes we would like to focus on this as sort of one of the main core element of the document. And if anyone has any specific comments that they would like to send via email on the rest of the document, you received this document in both English and French yesterday afternoon from the GBIP Secretariat. So you're very welcome to send us any inputs you have on this document as well after this session. But maybe if Yaguba, you agree, we could also look at this action plan.
Yeah, je suis d'accord avec ça. On peut rapidement regarder ça parce que ça, c'est une partie qui est très importante pour la suite des événements. Donc, si vous avez des commentaires ici sur le plan d'action.
Yes, I have one. Okay. It's on B. Promote the collection of accurate and reliable data for monitoring progress toward targets. Before putting for monitoring progress, I would add and reliable data for fully assessing the situation and then monitoring progress towards, because if you don't know the situation, you cannot measure the progress. So it will read, promote the collection of accurate and reliable data for fully assessing the situation and then monitoring progress. Fully assessing the situation and then. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
OK. J'ai peut-être un commentaire vers la fin. Le point numéro E, qui parle d'apporter un appui sur les technologies bioénergétiques. Aujourd'hui, dans la présentation que notre collègue a faite, il a parlé d'une recommandation des ministres qui fait la promotion de la mise en place d'une facilité pour appuyer les projets énergétiques. Donc, dans la recommandation ici, ou dans le plan d'action, ça n'apparaît pas clairement. Le point numéro E. I think it's the last point. Constance, can you scroll on the last point, please? Number E. Yes. So here it's because the colleague was mentioning that it was recommended to have how do they call it, a facility to support bioenergy development in Africa. So I was thinking that maybe in this point we could also add to kind of do the necessary work to establish this the facility that will support the bioenergy development in Africa as recommended by the minister. So it could be this one, or it could also be, we can add maybe one additional point to bring the different partners and stakeholders together to establish the facility to support the bioenergy development in Africa. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres commentaires? Is there any other comments? Rocio?
Yes, thank you. I think the first point should really be clear. I think there should be a point that is really clear, dedicated for policies and policy making. I think A and C are both covering that. So I think that they should be separated, like really what is in terms of the stakeholders, one, another one for the policy makers, and the third one on promote local entrepreneurship. I mean, all these points have been said on many occasions on different venues, and nothing really moves on that. So I think that there has to be really something more concrete, like promote local entrepreneurship. That is not possible to do if people do not know where to access funds, for example, to establish a business, or they do not receive the capacity building really for creating a proper proposal for a business. So I think that has to be also done, like providing the financial information. And actually, this is something that we have been doing, and it is very difficult to put together all. There are not so many actually that are providing these funds, for example, and how we separate them. What are grants, what are funds, what is provided by donors, what is provided by the private investment or financial sector. These kind of things are lacking there, and this is also something that needs to be more emphasized, but also to really know where this kind of information could be provided for those that are interested.
Okay.
I wanted to comment on point E. I think the urban areas should be covered by point E. I know people always want to say our target communities, the rural areas, but adoption there is very slow in rural areas. And if knowledge was more in the urban centers, you might get actually a pull factor. In these urban centers, that's where you actually have even high consumption of charcoal, for instance. And I think they should also be the target for bioenergy technologies and services in the urban centers. If you talk about even liquid biofuels, for instance, they are more in the urban centers. So to restrict this to say, especially for rural and peri-urban application, I think it's just across the spectrum. And I really like this point because in just an ended World Bank systematic review, the major challenge for adoption was the lack of services. Nobody's providing the service for the technologies that are adopted. So that is really a key thing, that if this action can be implemented, it might go a long way, but it should cover rural, peri-urban, and urban areas.
Agree, and that was one of the previous points that we said. The focus has to be on the three of them, each one with their own particularities.
Yeah.
OK. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres commentaires? OK. S'il y a pas d'autres commentaires, d'abord, je voudrais dire que pour nos collègues francophones, le document, la version française a été aussi partagée hier. Vous pouvez toujours faire vos commentaires et puis les partager avec le secrétariat. L'adresse email a été fournie. Vous pouvez envoyer vos commentaires. Mais c'est valable aussi pour les anglophones. Vous avez aussi reçu la version anglaise du document. Vous pouvez envoyer vos commentaires. Et nos discussions qui sont passées aussi enregistrées, comme l'a dit Constance. Voilà, donc le secrétariat va écouter les enregistrements pour refléter vos commentaires dans le document. Voilà, je vous remercie. Je pense que notre temps est arrivé à terme. On va reprendre la séance plénière. Merci beaucoup.
Thanks so much, Yaguba, for your great moderation of this discussion. The other groups will be joining us in about 30 seconds. So we have 30 seconds, and then the rest of the participants will be joining us for a final sum up. Thanks very much.
Oui, et moi je voulais aussi vous joindre mes remerciements, et en plus remerciements d'avoir parlé en français.
So welcome back to the plenary. I guess that now all the breakout rooms have been closed and all the participants are in the plenary here now. So I would like to invite the moderator of the two groups, because at the end we set up a couple of groups. One breakout group in English and one breakout group that was in French and then moved to the plenary, and so the interpretation service was visible. So I would like to invite Monga from the group that I followed, and the moderator of the other group that if I'm not wrong, was Yaguba Traoré, to highlight 2 or 3 maximum inputs, main inputs that you've collected into the groups, and that we will join forces after the event and reflect into the paper. Yaguba, do you wish to go first?
Yes, I can go first. Voilà, comme notre groupe était officiellement en français, donc je vais faire ça en français malgré qu'on a discuté en français et en anglais. 2 ou 3 points essentiels qu'on a soulevés dans le document. D'abord, la plupart des actions qui sont énumérées, c'est que c'est des actions qui existent déjà ou qui sont en cours. Ce qu'on doit plutôt se concentrer, c'est de voir comment mettre les efforts ensemble pour améliorer ces actions, et aussi de mettre des efforts d'harmonisation de ces systèmes. Notamment au niveau des politiques nationales et régionales sur la bioénergie, mais aussi au niveau de la gestion, de la collecte, de la gestion des données sur la bioénergie. Donc, l'idée, c'est vraiment de mettre les efforts ensemble pour voir ce qui existe, les analyser et éventuellement faire des recommandations sur leur harmonisation et aussi unir les efforts pour améliorer ces actions. Et le deuxième point, oui, le deuxième point, c'est aussi, notamment au niveau de la gestion des données, c'est aussi de mentionner clairement le travail que AFREC fait déjà au niveau de son système d'information énergétique, de refléter ça et aussi de mettre aussi les moyens financiers pour la collecte et la gestion des données. Il ne s'agit pas seulement d'accompagner les États, d'accompagner les régions dans la mobilisation des données, mais aussi de mettre en place des moyens financiers dont les systèmes d'information nationaux manquent aujourd'hui pour leur amélioration. Voilà, donc je pense que c'est deux points principaux qu'on peut mentionner en ce moment. Les autres points sont enregistrés. Le secrétariat et notamment moi-même, nous allons nous assurer qu'ils sont reflétés dans le document. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Yoguba, for your quick and very precise, summary of the main inputs that were collected in your group. It's very clear the messages that you have received in your group, and I may say that same kind of inputs were also received in the other group, but I leave the floor to Monga, that was moderating the discussion in the second group, to highlight a couple or three main points that came out from the discussion and that will be reflected into the outcome document afterwards for completeness. Monga, yeah, over to you.
Thank you, Michela. Indeed, you are right. You know, some of
Monga, I guess we lost you. Can you hear us? No. Okay. So maybe Rashid. Monga, can you hear us? No. So Rashid, sorry to call you to take the floor now. You were co-chairing the session together with Monga. I don't know if you wish to intervene and highlight the main points that were discussed. Rashid, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, Rashid. Yes, it seems that we've lost Monga, so I don't know if you wish to take a couple of points.
Okay. I can highlight this couple of points that discussed in our group. Our group really, in fact, concentrate on the action plan. And in terms of action plan, most of the discussion highlight the need to champion each element of the action plan. For Africa, like Africa will champion on this energy data. There are some also institutions mentioned to champion on the capacity building, as well as to improve the investment environment. So this, I think, this most of the most important points that discussed. There are also some points also add to work on the national level to implement this bioenergy sustainable indicators, and also Africa and GBIP offer to champion on this area. And there are also the bankability and the funds for the bioenergy project also came up in the discussion and also is included in the action plan. And I think this most of the discussion mentioned.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rashid. So you may have noticed that most of the elements that came out from the two groups really converge, are mostly the same, and the lack of data, the need to manage the data, to collect the data, and the need of funds to collect those data are a couple of the points that were highly raised in both groups and in both discussions. So this is to inform you that what we will be doing in terms of process, we will be taking all these inputs received and reflect all these inputs into the documents into the outcome document. In order to finalize it, it will be completed both in English and French, and will be circulated to all participants, so that you as participants and in your affiliations, you could also spread further into your organizations and institutions. Let me also and of course, it will be also posted on the GBEP website. I believe it's now time to go to the next session, which is actually the last technical session of today and of the whole Bioenergy Week. I already see my colleague and friend, Megan Saab. I'm very happy to have you moderating this session on bankability of bioenergy projects, challenges and opportunities. Megan Sapp is Managing Director of the Planet Energy. And but just 1 minute before giving the floor to Megan, please join me in an exercise which we've done at the beginning of each session throughout the Bioenergy Week event, which is the launch of a live poll, so that we could all collect views and expertise of participants. So the question is here on the screen, you see it. What are the main challenges you have encountered for creating bankable projects for bioenergy in Africa? So it's a multiple choice question, so you can select more than one. The possible replies, and they read them for interpreters, are lack of human resources, or misunderstanding in financial institutions of bioenergy, or lack of awareness of financial opportunities, or lack of institutional coordination, or lack of technical expertise, or other. You may select even more than one. So go ahead in light of your experience, expertise regarding bankability of projects for bioenergy in Africa. Slowly, slowly, I see the pool moving. I will give another few seconds to participants to vote. All right. Oh, things have changed now. Okay, I believe we could, yes, we could close the pool and check together the final results, which will be also an input for Megan and for speakers, panelists of the next session for the related discussion. So it seems that the majority of participants have shown that there is a misunderstanding in financial institutions that are expected to cover bioenergy projects. This is an essential point to be discussed because it highlights really a non-clarity in who's supposed to do what in this particular field. As you may see, this issue is followed by lack of institutional coordination and lack of awareness of financial opportunities. So I would now like to close the poll and give the floor to Megan Sapp to moderate the discussion. Please, Megan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Michaela, for the invitation to be here today, which is fantastic, getting back to my old stomping grounds a bit, and to really have this opportunity to bring together some of the newer, more active players. We've been around for 15 years trying to do sustainable bioenergy in Africa. And a lot of those issues highlighted in the poll have been major barriers. This is nothing new. The technology works. We know how to do it at small, medium, large scale. There's obviously the demand for the energy, and we figured out how to do the agriculture, the feedstock part sustainably as well. So what is the problem? And of course, the problem is the bankability of the projects and that finance. And I think it's very key what you said, or what the poll highlighted, is that many of these institutions don't yet understand what it is that we're trying to do, and they're too afraid to take a risk. So we need to be working on that risk reduction and make sure that we can get to scale. And so we have COCOs all over the place, not just in Nairobi. So thank you everyone for joining us for, I think, this very interesting, important session. I'm going to go a little bit out of order on the speakers, and I'm going to ask Alberto Borrero from the South African Biogas Industry Association give his presentation first. They've got some load shedding going on in 8 minutes in South Africa. So we want to make sure he gets his presentation done before we potentially lose him. So Alberto, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Megan, and thank you for the invitation to present to this online event. You are completely right. We are experiencing load shedding in South Africa, mainly because the government doesn't want to improve and invest and promote renewable energy. And this is, of course, a clear demonstration of what is happening here. I'm going to share my screen and start presentation as soon as possible to try to avoid the load shedding that we started to. So I will present as a Secretary General of Southern Africa Biogas Industry Association, that is SABIA. SABIA is a no-profit organization that is active from 2015. We currently represent 60 members, and we have a group of stakeholders of 1,400 people that we monthly reach through our newsletter. SABIA is leading the industry discussion with the relevant governmental institution, with international organization, NGO, and other industry association to promote the sector, to lobby for relevant legislative changes, for policy development, and we assist members in gaining exposure. In February 2021, we have launched our SABIA Biogas Market Position Paper. It's a very simple document that we have finalized last year during the lockdown period, and really shows, represent what's the potential of biogas in South Africa, what are the benefits, and will of course present also our association, our mission, and what is our vision and our strategy. The document is available. You can contact me anytime by email, and I will be very happy to share with you. But based on the outcome of this analysis, I just would like to share with you some numbers about the biogas industry in South Africa. Currently, there are about 30 megawatt of industrial scale plant built, out of 1,200 megawatt that are immediately feasible from a technical and financial point of view, ready to be developed and built with the right investors. And of course, the average size of this project is more or less 500 kilowatt. And you will see that in my presentation, the different sectors and where the potential sits between the dairy sector, the piggery, chicken, and always water treatment works or sugarcane industry. So currently only the 2.5% of the potential technically and economically feasible has been developed, and it is in operation. So the potential of biogas in South Africa is not only in terms of megawatt, that will certainly help to avoid the very close load shedding that is coming in 5 minutes. but it will create, it will contribute in a very big job creation with 30,000 direct job immediately possible and 140,000 jobs directly related for the construction of the plants. So the size of the business and the potential of biogas will enable to attract between 52 and 250 billion of rand of local or international investment in the sector, and of course will contribute to reduce heavily the greenhouse gas emission of the country, between 2 and up to 15% if all the organic of the country will be used to and converted into biogas. So this is in a nutshell the potential of the biogas in South Africa, and it shows how big is the potential of the market. Why and where the opportunities are. Certainly, some of the biggest opportunities are related to municipalities that are implementing the banning of organic food that is entering in the landfill sites, and municipalities that are pursuing the right to buy electricity from independent power producer, like the Cape Town municipality is currently doing. Other very big opportunities are sits in private industries or food industries that are looking to becoming more autosufficient, to be independent from the grid, to avoid to stop production during load shedding. And last but not least, we need to consider that there are also a lot of opportunities in rural areas with the construction of microdigesters. Most of these kind of initiatives are supported, especially the microdigester, are supported by the government, and they will help to increase the production of clean energy, to improve sustainable agriculture, to improve sanitation, healthier living, to promote gender equality, reduce increase the reuse of waste, organic waste, of course, and to help land restoration and improve social upliftment. So what are the main drivers in South Africa for development of industrial plants? Certainly, the difficulty in procuring electricity from national grid, and what will happen in a few minutes' time is a clear demonstration that renewable energy, especially biogas, will be one of the best solutions for that. Then, of course, the use of waste produced by food processing industries or by abattoir, and the big advantage that the biogas sector can give to the reduction of greenhouse gas emission due to the introduction of carbon tax or to voluntary policies and strategies adopted by international owned industry in the automotive, food processing sectors and breweries that are operating in South Africa. And in their internal policies, there is the strategy to reduce the greenhouse gas emission in their production facility. And then another important driver is the non-availability of methane, CH4, or CO2 for industrial use in some of the region of the country. I perfectly agree on the outcome of a previous discussion that I was following, considering that I joined a few minutes before my presentation, where I heard that two of the main problem is or even the outcome of the poll that you have launched is that there is a very little knowledge in financial institutions about bioenergy. There is a very well awareness about photovoltaic and wind, very little knowledge about biogas or other biofuel. And this is certainly something that we are addressing as an association, and the financial institution is one of the two main stakeholders that we are constantly in contact to create more confidence, create more confidence in the biogas sector.
And I think load shedding has officially begun in South Africa. So hopefully Alberto will be able to connect back with us a bit later so that we can talk about some of the bankability challenges in getting together the project so that we can get the full capacity installed for South Africa, because as we've seen, there's been a whole lot of opportunities, but not very much done yet. So I'm going to take this opportunity to move on to our next speaker, Brian Healy from the U.S. Grain Council, who is going to shed some light on for us on some of these bankability challenges. Thanks, Brian. You're still on mute. We can't hear you, Brian. We're going to give Brian a minute to sort himself out. And if not, then we will move on to our next speaker and come back to Brian when he's gotten his technical challenges sorted.
How about now?
Perfect, welcome.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. All right, I'll just share my screen here, just a moment.
While you're doing that, I'll just remind the participants that they can be leaving questions for you or for any of the other speakers in the chat, and then we will get them to at the end of the presentations, and we can go through those questions and hopefully get some clarification.
Wonderful. All right, well, thank you again, Megan, for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. Today, I wanted to talk about the importance of coalition building in terms of the bankability aspect within the renewable energy sector on the poll that was shared here. I think many of the technical expertise as well as human resource questions are supported by coalition building, but I think really what I'll talk about now in policy development and the importance of policy really feeds into the access to finance component. That's certainly something we've seen here in our experience with ethanol use in the United States. As well as having that policy guaranteed supports access to credit in a number of other markets around the world. So just a brief background about the Grains Council. We're an organization that's been around since 1960, primarily focused on feed grain markets. About 7 years ago, the council transitioned to working on supporting the development of the global ethanol market, recognizing especially the importance and opportunity for agricultural producers, which are the core component of our membership, as well as the related agribusinesses that are supported through expanded use. As a kind of scene setter for what the policy drivers have been in the past, it's really been 4 factors that support the development of policies and long-term viability and implementation of them. The first and foremost, primarily being the agricultural producers. You see a number of countries that have policies in place today have strong agriculture sectors, and agriculture sectors that can competitively produce feedstock that can address not only the feed needs, but also for feedstock going into the production of biofuels. And so you see a lot of the original policies, legacy policies back in the 70s, the large uptick in policies we saw in the mid 2000s, primarily housed within countries that have substantial feedstock production. You also see other policies really trying to capture these other benefits, environmental benefits, really, and the need to decarbonize the transport fuel sector, contribute to the nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement commitments, but overall reduce greenhouse gas emissions being the big aspect there. You've also seen human health benefits, primarily trying to reduce air toxin emissions, whether that's at the tailpipe level or even at the household level with some of the clean technologies that we've seen with using ethanol. And then finally, economic benefits. This ties in part back to the agricultural producers that, in bringing support to the rural communities, not only the producers there, but all the related businesses around those areas, as well as foreign exchange savings for countries that are importing ethanol or importing biofuels in order to meet their mandates or support local demand. So in terms of what those policies look like, highlighted on here are a number of countries that have implemented new or expanded policies over the last 2.5 years. And there's many more, these are the countries that have expanded, but there's many more on here that have policies in place that haven't been fully implemented or realized. You see South Africa here back in March of 2020 announced their expansion to E2. That's something that had been on the books for really the last 15 years. But you've got other markets like Nigeria that has an E10 policy that hasn't fully been realized. Kenya is another market. And so it's not having to restart from zero, but taking policies that already exist and putting some rigor behind them. And so we've also seen a lot of production underway. I listed some markets here on the left in this box, including Nigeria, where there's a pretty substantial production for industrial ethanol, but also you see some product making it into the fuel markets, especially in Malawi as well as Zimbabwe. And then, really what kind of coalesces here in the importance, what I wanted to raise is about partnerships, not only with organizations like GBEP, but also bringing in private industry groups like the council to work with the ministry groups, as well as local industry groups to take these policies in these existing frameworks so that these benefits can be fully realized. So in terms of a production standpoint, this is really kind of the last 30 years of ethanol production around the world. You see 2019, we hit a record high of about 116 billion liters. That dropped off in 2020, primarily due to the situation around COVID and the stay-at-home orders, but expecting that production to recover by 22 and for sure by 2023. But what I'm trying to point out here is as those policies have been implemented around the world, basically you see a structural increase in production as a response to those policies being implemented. So here in the United States, the dark blue area, you can see the renewable fuel standard, first initiated in 2005 and then expanded in 2007. Then you see this drastic increase to about 61 billion liters per year of overall ethanol production. Similar in Brazil, they've had a policy in place since the 70s, but as they mandated higher blends of E25 and then E27, combined with their E100 offering, you saw similar increases. Same in the EU as well as Canada, as a renewable energy directive went into place in 2009. And then the original Canada renewable fuel regulation went into place in 2010. So again, that production increase supported by policy then supporting the access to finance component. And so with that, really, wanted to highlight those kind of international experiences, as well as take these best industry practice. And it's something that we do as an organization globally. For African markets, we have a regional office based in Tunis, Tunisia, and we work with countries that have existing policies, demonstrating those benefits, tying into multilateral efforts like the Paris Agreement, as well as sharing technical knowledge around compatibility from not only the US perspective, but also many other countries that have successfully implemented programs and trying to identify other like-minded industry groups as well as governments that we can work with. So I'll leave it there for my formal comments. And again, thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you for that, Brian, and for sharing your insights into how working in partnership with other groups like U.S. Grains Council would help countries be able to implement their biofuel policies and finally get to those benefits that you outlined earlier. So thank you for that. And since you set the stage for talking about Brazil, I'm going to move over to Brazil. And I'm going to ask Flavio Castellari from APLA to give his presentation and give us a bit of an insight into what's going on. Bom dia, tudo bem?
Hello, bom dia. Hello, Megan. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be in here. Let me share my presentation in here. Whoops. Where is that? Share screen. Here. Sure. So everyone is seeing my presentation?
Yep, good to go.
Yep. Good. Thank you very much. Well, the idea is to show how bioenergy helps Brazil and the sugar industry to improve the bankability of the projects and how the diversification keep helping us in moving on in bioenergy. So APLA is an ethanol cluster. Everybody knows is in Africa. We have a lot of presence in Africa. As you see, we prospect a lot of business in Africa. And I will start talking about the diversification, how happened in Brazil. So if you look at Brazil and Africa, Brazil in 1975 looks like Africa. We have a lot of a big sugar industry, but that's producing sugar, using sugar cane, extracting the juice and produce sugar. After 1975, we start ethanol program in Brazil, and we starting our diversification. We starting producing sugar, juice, sugar, ethanol. And after 10 or 15 years, we start using the bagasse to produce electricity. So we keep on the diversification. And you can see how is the diversification today in Brazil with this chart. What's good in that? That you can have different products with this diversification using just sun, water, earth that you have a lot in Africa, sugarcane that you have install capacity, you have a lot of sugar mills in around Africa, and you can use, like Alberto say, you can produce biogas. We are doing that in Brazil, sugar, ethanol, bioelectricity, feedstock, and CO2, and reduction of the emission. It's very important that when the bank look your project, because if you look at in the beginning, a sugarcane project just produce one product, sugar. So the risk is a little bit higher if you have a lower price on the international market or in domestic market. But if you have different products, it's very good for you. You're gonna see in the end. We try to use the diversification in our matrix as well. So if you look at the Brazilian energy matrix, you can see that's very, we have a big diversification. And you look in here, sugarcane is 18% of our sugar matrix. So sugarcane is a very important feedstock for us in Brazil. And it's a very good feedstock to use in Africa because you already have spread in a lot of countries and is very efficient. Second, I will try to talk about flexibility. It's very important, the flexibility. If you look at Brazil for our sugar mills, you can see in this chart that if you go from 2001 to 2021, you can see how the mix of between sugar and ethanol, it's moving up and down. And this is because the price of the product. So you can shift during the season or before the season, you can plan. Look at when you have a really lower price of sugar, you have lower production of sugar. When you get a good price of sugar, you have lower production of ethanol. So you can do this flexibility to help to improve the incoming from your sugar mill. Second thing that's good for flexibility is the cars. Like in other countries that is already have the blending, you need to adapt your car. We develop in Brazil with several brands of car manufacturer, the flex fuel car that you can use any kind of fuel, any kind of blend. You can blend 25, 27% like we have in our gasoline, or you can use pure ethanol, or you can mix ethanol and blend gasoline in your car and it's gonna run without no problem. Look how ethanol is important for us. Ethanol replaced 46% of the gasoline consumption in 2009. It is very important if the countries need imported gasoline. So you reduce the dependence of the gasoline in your country. So it's good for energy security. Look how many brands that you have that produce the flex fuel car. All these brands produce flex fuel car. Besides that, all the cars that is not flex in Brazil is imported cars that come from different countries. In Brazil, run with 25, 27% of blending ethanol in our gasoline. We don't have pure gasoline, so it's very easy to start this kind of blending and program in each country. We have no problem. Now, let's talk about sustainability. If your sugar mill just produce sugar, they are losing some money. Look how much ethanol you can produce with 1 ton of sugar cane. You can produce with the technology a little bit lower or higher. You can produce the average of 81 liters of ethanol using just the sugar cane. But if you go for 2G ethanol, you can improve a lot. You can produce 25 liters more with the same amount of sugar cane. So we're gonna add something for you. Look for Brazil, how is it important, this program that we started in 1975. From 1975 to now, we just saved $540 billion in import gasoline. So it is a lot of money that you save and keep inside your country this money because you're buying product made inside your country. When you're talking about bioelectricity, it's very good because 1 ton of sugarcane produce 250 more or less kilos of bagasse and produce 200 kilos of straw. It's the leftover that we have it because we have a green harvest in Brazil. We don't burn our sugarcane because it's not very smart, intelligent to burn our sugarcane, because if you look at it here, it's feedstock for our boilers. So if you use 100% of the bagasse and 100% of the straws that you can collect in the field and bring to the factory, look how many energy you can produce. 500 kilowatts using the straws and 300 kilowatts using 1 ton of bagasse. So it's a lot of energy that you can produce inside your sugar mill and export to the grid, because a very efficient sugar mill uses only 1/3 of the bagasse to run the factory, to produce steam and electricity. The excellent you can use to produce electricity to export to the grid. And then you add part of this straw to produce electricity. So you're going to improve a lot the potential of electricity. So you can see that the country have a policy to use electric cars and blending ethanol in your gasoline. The sugar mill can help in both ways. It can produce the ethanol and can produce the electricity to run the electric cars and to power up the houses. If you look in Brazil, from 2010, when we started the policy that the private sector could export and produce electricity to the grid. Before that, only the government could do that. Look how we grow. So today we are responsible for more or less 5% of our energy, our electricity, using our part of our sugar canes. We don't use our sugar canes to export to the grid. Look how much money that's bring to our industry. We export to the grid to 22.5 thousand of gigawatts to the grid. That represents in Brazil more or less $2.37 billion incoming. And we power up more than 11 million of households. So it's a lot of energy that go around, and that money come to the sugar mill. So you improve the bankability and the chance of success of your project, because you adding some income into your sugar mills. Well, now we starting looking over about biogas using sugarcane residues. So we are using the vinhaça and the filter cake and other residues from the sugarcane to produce biogas. Last year, Raízen is the biggest group that we have in Brazil, sugarcane group, started a new plant to increase the production in 21 megawatts to the grid. So just using the vinhaça and the filter cake and some other residues from the sugar cane. So you can add one more income into your sugar mill, the biogas. This biogas, you can produce electricity, or you can use it in your boilers, or you can use in your fleet. You can move your tractors, you can move your trucks, and even your cars. So it's another biofuel that we are putting on the market. We have a lot of projects going on. So in conclusion, when the bank look your project, he will look every single products that you can produce and put on the market. The idea in Brazil now is to transform our sugar mills, we did already, in biorefinery. So that's the main goal that we have in Brazil. And this can easily replace in Africa, because the similarity that Africa have in Brazil, you have a huge potential. Like if you look only in South Africa, you have like around South Africa 26, 27, 30 sugar mills that today don't produce electricity to export to the grid, don't produce ethanol to blend with the gasoline in these countries, and don't produce biogas. So look, if you take this installed capacity, as we did in Brazil in 1975, why we decide sugarcane? Because we have that sugar mills already installed. So half of the factory was ready to operate. And so we just did install the distillery in these sugar mills in 1975. And after year, we start adding some different factories, like we improve our boilers and we start producing electricity and export it to the grid. Now we start using biodigesters to produce the biogas and send the electricity or the biogas, biomethane, directly to the market. So the idea is to show how it's proven in Brazil and how easy it is to start, because all this technology is already on the market, and the ethanol is a drop-in. And we see ethanol as a fuel for the transition between what we have today and the mobility to what we have we will have in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Flavio. I think you outlined perfectly the need for diversification and all of these different products and transitioning into bioeconomies and biofactories in order to secure the financing, because that will, of course, reduce the perceived risk by the banks. And also to keep in mind that it's not just sugarcane that can be converted for these biofactories, but most agricultural crops, grains, cereals, as you like, can also do the same sort of thing.
That's true, Megan.
So thank you for that. So we're going to go to our next speaker, Dario Giordano. Sorry, my Italian is horrible. And I'm going to ask you to take the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Megan. Your Italian is fine. First of all, let me thank you, the GBEP organization, for giving to Versalis and to myself the opportunity to participate to this event and to bring at the table the experience that as an Italian player we have done in this field of lignocellulosic biomass conversion. I represent Versalis, and in this slide you can see the industrial footprint of Versalis. Versalis is the chemical company that belongs to Eni Group. It's a company that has about 5,000 employees, plants in Europe, and a lot of activities around the world. And we have also a very specific R&D activities in our 5 research centers. The activities in the development is aligned with the strategic direction of Eni in terms of improving the sustainability and giving a priority to circular economy and to activity that will improve the decarbonization. And just to mention, Eni has been one of the at the frontier in terms of conversion of refineries into the biorefineries. In Italy, Eni operate in the diesel area 2 large biorefinery that are coming out of the conversion of existing refinery. The first done in 2014, the second done in 2019. And when we talk about cellulosic conversion, there is the other experience that Versalis has. What you can see in the picture here on the left side of the slide is the picture of our biorefinery based on lignocellulosic biomass that is located in Italy. This is I was listening before talking about biorefineries with different products. This is a real industrial example because there is a production of ethanol from second generation feedstock, but in the same site we produce green energy because we use the leftover lignin and other biomasses to produce energy that is sold into the industrial grid. And we have also a biogas production because integrated with our wastewater treatment, the vinasse treatment, we have also a biogas generation. And we are planning also to transform this biogas in biomethane that can be used for transportation. So it's a real good example of a biorefinery. This biorefinery is based on the Poesa proprietary technology of Versalis. Versalis acquired this technology from another Italian company that has done development since 2013, and is a technology that is able to take lignocellulosic biomasses like food chips, agricultural residues, such the one mentioned before, like bagasse or sugarcane straw, for example, but also other straws, and convert these lignocellulosic biomass into fermentable sugars. Once that you have generated this fermentable sugar, and that is the key feature of Brazier technology, you can produce several different kind of product. You can produce, of course, biofuels, and that is something that has been already proven at industrial scale. But you can also produce chemicals, or you can produce even feed for animals. So there are in the last two areas that I mentioned, a lot of activities in our R&D center to develop technologies that we can then implement at industrial scale. One note, this plant is the only largest ethanol plant in Italy. So when the pandemic last year make a big effect on Italy, the government requested Versalis to evaluate the possibility to convert part of the plant in order to start production of bioethanol-based disinfectant. And today, Crescentina is also capable of supporting the Italian state in this pandemic situation. And since last year, we start to produce also a base disinfectant called Invix. The plant will restart the ethanol production as soon as the pandemic situation will be over, and hopefully before the end of the year we'll be back again with the production of advanced biofuel. So this technology, let me just spend a couple of words about that, is the basis for transforming biomasses, different kind of biomasses, into advanced biofuel. And Versalis is developing activities in the licensing of this technology, is working with a lot of potential customers and partners around the world in order to contribute with the license to the development of this project. And the fact that we have proved this technology at industrial scale, and we are, of course, working to continuously improve this technology, is an important step in order to allow the construction of bankable project, because, of course, the risk in the technology is an important part. But as I have listened other presentation, it's not anymore a matter of sustainability or safety or availability of the technology. It's more another point that we need to look or to point our attention in order to increase the possibility to build bankable projects. This slide indicates what are the positive of a biorefinery. Of course, if we can use feedstock, linear cellulosic feedstock that normally are residues, not in competition with food, are a big opportunity for sustainable development. And if we look at development countries, developing economies, the availability of biomass is very large. And there are a lot of biomasses that are residual, that are not used, or in many cases are also burned directly in the field. And that is an additional concern, because that are not only not valorized, but they can also generate an harm to the environment. So this kind of project offer an opportunity to have an agri-industrial development, to link the agricultural world with the industrial world, and generate a large opportunity for job creation, because each of these biorefineries involve the construction thousands of people, and in the operation more than 100 people are required. So we are really working on this because we believe ethanol being the most easy to use advanced biofuel. But of course, we have to ask ourselves why the projects are not moving forward. And I think that the reason is that today of course, I share the fact that financial institutions have little knowledge of the opportunities that a project like a biorefinery can bring. But I think the key element when we look at this project is the fact that there are no policies that indicate the need or the mandate for the use of advanced biofuel, or where these policies are existing are not defined enough in order to allow financial institutions to have a price tag for the final products that this biorefinery generates. So I make products because it's normally it's not only ethanol that is produced, but it's also green energy, is also vinasse that be a fertilizer. So I think what we need to concentrate our attention is to have mandates that clearly cover the fact that these advanced biofuel present a lot of opportunities, but they have a key element. They are, because they are at the beginning of their industrial development, they are more expensive than traditional fuel. And if we don't find a mechanism to cover these additional costs that this fuel has, we will never have a large deployment. So this is a point that needs to be addressed. Of course, I am available to discuss more during the Q&A section. I thanks for the attention, and I leave to you with a picture of our biorefinery in Crescentino. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dario. I think that your presentation was a perfect complement to Flavio's, where he talked about diversification of products, and you talked a lot about diversification of feedstocks, which of course reduces the risk of feedstock availability, which is of course a big challenge to bioenergy, as well as the integration of the different kinds of energy production that you're doing at the facility that all work together. Again, supporting the circular economy and bioeconomy. So thank you so much for that. We are running a bit short on time, but of course everybody has a lot to share. So we're going to move to our last speaker, who is Chris Sim from E4 Tech. Hi, Chris. Sorry to put you under time pressure, but it's what happens when the best goes last.
No worries. Everyone is equally good. And just make sure I share the right presentation. You guys can see that okay? I assume you guys can see it okay. So I'll begin. In view of time, I'll keep it to about 5 minutes. So our presentation today is really about a project, which I'll explain a bit more, which is really about understanding the replication potential of bioenergy for commercial and productive uses, which really nicely fits this theme of bankability. So what was our project? So I'm Chris Im, I'm from E4 Tech. We're a sustainable energy strategy consultancy, and we performed this project alongside a number of partners, including LTS International, Aston University, and Igosol. On the panel today, I'll be joined by the team leader of the project, Mike Best, so you might hear from him a bit later. So what was our project? Our project, the name is a bit of a mouthful, but I'll just say it's BSEAA project. It's commissioned by the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, so the UK government, as part of the UK aid. So really, this project was aimed at analyzing and understanding commercial opportunities and constraints for bioenergy deployment in 7 demand sectors, which I'll explain in a minute. We looked at biomass resources, technology and supply chains, business models, economics, and market, regulatory and policy aspects. It's a 2-year study. We're coming towards the end of it, so having quite a challenge to summarize everything, or not everything, but some of it in these 5 minutes. So just want to reiterate that this project was really focused on commercial and productive uses in industries, really, and it focused on electricity and heat produced from combustion technologies such as co-firing, CHP, and we also looked at anaerobic digestion. The scale we looked at was a mid-scale, so 10 kilowatts to 5 megawatts. So what were the sectors and the countries that we looked at? So very quickly, we looked at the cement sector in Nigeria, the co-firing of fossil fuels. We looked at the use of palm oil mill effluent in Ghana through AD and CHP. We looked at the part replacement of fieldwood in the Kenyan tea sector. We looked at the use of residues from the horticultural sector and the sisal sector in Kenya, also for use in AD and CHP. We looked at the use of wood processing residues from the Tanzanian wood processing sector, and we looked at the use of manure for AD in the dairy industry. So that's just a very, very quick flavor. And we did a deep dive into each one of these 7. So obviously I can't go into a lot of detail on those exact findings, but I will share one of the findings, which I think is of importance to our conversation on bankability. So as part of this study, we profiled many projects across sub-Saharan Africa that fit the scope that I explained earlier. And we came up with a supply chain archetype matrix to help us to understand how the nature of the supply of feedstock and the nature of the demand of energy could affect the bankability, the likelihood of success of these projects. So in terms of the nature of supply, we looked at whether the feedstock was aggregated in one place or whether it was disaggregated, whether it has to be collected from many places and then aggregated at a spot for consumption. We looked at, in terms of the energy demand, we looked at whether the energy demand was centralized. So is it concentrated in one place? Is it from, in terms of electricity, is it coming from the grid? And we also looked at local clusters. Were there nearby industries or commercial buildings or residential areas that could provide additional demand for energy, either electricity or heat? And some of the key observations we made were, so I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but the bottom left archetype, so aggregated feedstock supply and centralized energy demand, was, as you might expect, the most common archetype. So this is where energy is consumed at the same place where the feedstock is produced. And there are many quite obvious reasons why that would succeed, to do with, security of supply of feedstock, as well as having captive demand on site. We did see a number of successful examples of disaggregated feedstock supplying a centralized energy demand source. So we saw that in the Kenyan tea sector and the Nigerian cement sector. In terms of grid export being really the main driver for deployment of these projects, we didn't really see that was the case. Grid export was, if it was a factor in deployment of a project, it was a marginal factor. It would complement the centralized internal energy demand. In terms of local clusters, closer investigation revealed that there weren't any real notable local clusters of industries or commercial areas or residential areas that provided energy demand close to those 7 demand sectors that I've just explained. So that was not a real driver. So those are some of the insights from our supply chain archetype analysis. In terms of, very quickly, just summarizing what were some of the key findings with regard to bankability of projects from the whole study. Now, this is quite high level, but in terms of feedstock, what we saw that was that the availability and the quality of feedstock was not really a problem. The feedstock, as long as the feedstock could be aggregated, whether it was either already aggregated or, in the tea and cement sectors had to be aggregated, as long as those systems were in place and as long as it was clear on who was owning the feedstock, that was not a barrier to replication. We also saw that for the technologies we looked at, so mainly co-firing, CHP and AD, technology was not really the limiting factor, though we did see that, particularly for AD, which to some investors was seen as, I guess, less proven and more technologically risky than other technologies, local adaptation of international AD technology, so deploying AD technology in a way that was more adapted to the specific circumstances, and using local parts, etc., to bring down the costs, help to improve the investability. In terms of what were really, driving the projects that we saw, so really it was the internal demand for heat as well as the internal demand for electricity that really drove the majority of the projects that we saw. So if there was on-site demand for electricity and heat, that was really the key. Now that was the case, a lot of that was the case because in general we saw that the enabling policy and regulatory environment in terms of allowing the selling of surplus electricity to the grid wasn't there. So really we saw in the countries we examined, for the scale of production that we examined, the policy and regulatory environment was not very attractive in terms of selling excess electricity to the grid, and in some cases was not even permitted. And the same applied to wheeling agreements to sell electricity via the grid to third parties. So generally, our observation is we think that if policy could be more supportive, particularly with regard to exporting electricity to the grid, this could potentially enable a much more widespread rollout of these technologies in these sectors and in other sectors as well. So that's it from me.
Thank you so much, Chris. Mike, were you going to jump in at all, or?
Yes, I just wanted to say, to follow up on Chris's last point, and just highlight the parameters under which the project operated. And he highlighted that at the very beginning, saying that we were looking at technologies that were at a scale of 10 kilowatt equivalent to 5 megawatts. And that's a pretty small range, and the size is quite limiting. We've heard on some of the presentations about sugarcane bagasse, we've heard about others. So when you get to things like pulp and paper, when you get into things like sugar production, other things of that sort, where you've got 50 megawatts, 30 megawatts, and so forth, you move into a whole different world. Once you go 5 megawatts, you really start hitting problems. So in South Africa, for example, there is a very large program, quite successful in bringing in about 30 gigawatts worth of electricity generation in the pipeline, but the cutoff for that is really 5 megawatts or above. So smaller industries and so forth cannot avail themselves of that. And the same thing applies in almost all the countries we looked at in terms of feed-in tariffs, in terms of access, getting power purchase agreements and so forth. The bigger the scale, the easier, or in some cases, the more micro the scale. So, for example, in mini grids and things of that sort, the more support. But in the range that we were working in, it really was not very conducive. And that was particularly in any of the technologies that involved electricity and the potential for supplying electricity to the grid, those barriers were almost universal. Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Ethiopia, et cetera, et cetera. And that's something that really has to change if we're going to be able to support bioenergy in these smaller scale generation. Now, 4 or 5 megawatts is not necessarily very small, but in the world of electricity, it is. Okay, so that's really a big takeaway that came from our project. And it's something that policy could change quite dramatically and bring in a lot of incentivization in the bioenergy sector in Africa.
No, I absolutely agree. Small is beautiful, but what we talked about with the feed-in tariffs, the paperwork, the effort that goes into doing a feed-in tariff for a large project is the same as a small project. It's the same challenge we run into with microfinancing. You still have to do that paperwork. So that's a major challenge. And Chris, what you talked about, and having an excess of heat, when that heat is used, great. When it's not, it's a bit of a waste. I wonder what the opportunities might be to convert that heat into cooling, because of course having sufficient cooling within food supply chains in Africa is a huge challenge. So I wonder if that might not help bankability for some of those projects as well. We have run over, which of course we will always do when we're talking about things so important as bankability, but I want to thank you and I want to thank all of our speakers. We do have two quick questions in the chat box. One was for Alberto. I'm not sure if he was able to connect back. He did try with his diesel generator. Welcome. There was a question about the micro digesters that you referred to. The question was, what is the cubic meter on that for production, as well as kilowatts produced? I know the one we have at our house is only 2 cubic meters per day of production, and we don't even bother to produce electricity from it because it's so small. But the projects that you guys are doing, what's the size?
Well, there are, of course, many different sizes, but I agree that in terms of quantity of gas, we are talking about less than 5 cubic meters. And if you want to produce some electricity, you talk about 1, 2, 3 kilowatt of electricity. But the microdigesters that have been built in South Africa, and the gas that is produced is not mainly for electricity production, while the gas is used for cooking.
Great, thank you. We did have a question in French from Abubakar Minogou asking what the key project, well, the KPIs, the key project indicators are to ensure the bankability of the financial model for your project. And I think we've covered a lot of that with the presentations. The key ones being reduce the risk as much as possible. Your supply risk, your feedstock supply risk, your offtake risk, your technology risk. Banks don't like risk, so de-risk as much as possible. Let's see. Yes, Professor Sinkala asked if the presentations would be made available on the website. And the answer, of course, is yes, it will be on the GBEP website. So again, I would just like to thank all of you for sticking around, and to Michaela and the GBEP team for the invitation to have me chair this panel. And I will hand it back over to their very capable hands to wrap up this very exciting Global Bioenergy Week. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Megan, and thank you to all the speakers for their interventions and extremely stimulating aspects and elements that they have highlighted. Well, we are getting to the end of this 8th Bioenergy Week. We are going to have a concluding remarks panel. I will start with a few closing remarks, and then I will invite also Rashid Ali Abdallah from AFRET, African Union, and Robert Tisinje, Chief of Energy Infrastructure and Services Section in UNECA, to follow with the closing remarks. So, the 8th Bioenergy Week has confirmed how the Global Bioenergy Partnership is a unique forum for governments, international and UN organizations, as well as many other stakeholders, to address the challenges of bioenergy as a tool for sustainable development. GBEP was established in 2006, and we are happy to celebrate this year, in 2021, the 15-year anniversary of GBEP, which is continuing to actively work to advance bioenergy for sustainable development, climate change mitigation, and food and energy security. In these 15 years, we've proved that a voluntary partnership of countries and international organizations is an effective and innovative vehicle for coordinated progress towards sustainable development. Furthermore, GBEP also provides added value as a platform for sharing information and examples of good practices. And this Bioenergy Week has been a concrete example of this. We are all aware that the production and use of bioenergy is growing in many parts of the world as countries seek to guarantee energy access and diversify their energy sources in a manner that helps promote economic development, energy security, and environmental quality. And diversification of energy sources was one of the aspects that was highlighted in the breakout group session that I joined earlier. Well, modern bioenergy can provide multiple benefits. We know it could provide many opportunities and also many challenges that we have to consider. And sustainability, of course, is one of the key factors in order to balance at the better the trade-off between challenges and opportunities, trying to reduce the challenges and address the challenges and take out the best from the opportunities. This Bioenergy Week was aimed at better understanding how to foster sustainable bioenergy deployment. The various sessions focused on specific thematic areas of sustainable production and use of bioenergy, and effective policy frameworks were also discussed, taking into account the GBEP work on sustainability indicators. This event also aimed at fostering exchange of information, experience, skills, and technologies through bilateral and multilateral collaboration. And we've heard a lot of experiences, and this is the richness of these series of Bioenergy Weeks. I believe these events contributed to understand better how to meet the energy needs in the various country contexts in Africa in order to create a vibrant and sustainable modern bioenergy sector that promotes economic growth and rural development. I'm confident that, as for previous Bioenergy Weeks, also for this edition, we will have concrete collaboration opportunities amongst the participants, proving the real effectiveness of these series of events. I'm very pleased to stress the particular joint effort that has been made by us in GBEC, together with the UNECA, African Union, AFREC, and FAO to organize this event online to adapt to the COVID-19 limitations and to secure the engagement of country representatives from the region, including with the support of the US Grains Council, which made it possible to have an interpretation service in 2 languages. Allow me also to thank you all the participants, the excellencies that joined us for the opening remarks, all the moderators and speakers of all the sessions, and you participants, because with your active participation, you've allowed an active discussion in the chat, in particular with the Q&A sessions. Allow me also to thank the interpreters for their important work that allowed us to share our views in 2 languages. And last but not least, the GBEP and FAO team supporting this event behind the scenes. And I would like to mention and name them: Connie, Carlotta, Matteo, and Rachel for their strong support. So a round of applause for all the colleagues that contributed to make this Bioenergy Week this year a good success. Thank you so much. So the contribution of you all has been of enormous benefit to achieve the goal of this Bioenergy Week. And again, I would like to thank you for your participation and invaluable contribution. I would like to leave now the floor to Rashid for his closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Michela. Do you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants for their active engagement through these 3 days, which is rich with experience sharing and also active discussion on the several topics related with the bioenergy. And also, I would like to thank sincerely our speaker and presenters and moderators who really sharing with us this amazing experience as best practice, which I think it will be benefit for us to improve our way of working in terms of development of bioenergy in Africa. Of course, I would like to thank the institution that organized this Bioenergy Week, UNICA, GBIP, FAO, AUC, and who with very strong collaboration, we succeed to organize this workshop or this week, despite the COVID-19 pandemic. I cannot also forget to ask the team, organizing team, who really work hard to make this workshop or this week possible. So the outcome document that discussed as the last day really reflect the rich experience that we gain, and also reflect the active engagement of the speaker or the moderator and participant. And actually it gives us the roadmap that we should follow to contribute to improve the bioenergy situation in Africa. Bioenergy data and statistics is read several times during these 3 days. And really this show how this topic is important for the decision makers, and how it is important for us as experts and as institution to improve the livelihood of our people in Africa. And of course, I need to confirm my commitment as Executive Director of Africa. We are working hard to improve this area. We are open our hands to the all partners that willing to join our effort. And also we are, of course, working very hard to bring this issue to our decision makers in all levels. Capacity building also is raised several times, and I think this is very important. We also repeat our commitment in Africa to work in this area, the human capacity and the institution capacity. So we are developing a specific capacity building program that focus specifically on bioenergy. And also we will expect your contribution as a speaker and as a participant. For the colleagues from outside Africa, in fact, we wish you joined us in African soil for this Bioenergy Week. Unfortunately, the COVID pandemic is not allow us to welcome you in our continent, but we hope in near future we have ability to welcome you and join us in our countries. I would like to conclude by African saying, which says that if you need to go fast, go alone, and if you need to go far, go together. And I am always in Africa, I use this this saying as a slogan. We need to go far, and we need to improve our livelihood or our peoples. We need to create jobs for our young generations, and we need to make legacy for our continent. And this Bioenergy Week is demonstrate this saying, and also the action plan we developed together is need to implement this saying. We need to go together to achieve our mutual goal. And by this, I would like to thank you all, and I will hope you good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rashid. And now I see Robert Lisinje connected. Please, thank you so much.
Thank you. And that's really been a pleasure for ECA to be part of this very successful Bioenergy Week. 3 years ago, ECA created the Private Sector Development and Finance Division. And the objective of this division was to crowd in private sector investment, particularly in the areas of infrastructure and agriculture, and energy was part and parcel of this idea. And ECA since then has been working to create an enabling environment for private sector investment in the energy sector. Since 2011, ECA has collaborated with AUC and the African Union Development Agency on the modernization of bioenergy sector on the continent. The biomass landscape in Africa needs radical transformation. This transformation should lead to the sector playing a catalytic role in the economic development of Africa. It should play a role in energy diversification and productivity on the continent. It cannot be right that traditional biomass consumption is up to 90% in several African countries. This unsustainable use is not development, but creates other problems such as indoor air pollution and entrenching poverty on the continent. In Africa, modern energy access is very low. We will not have universal access by 2030, and that is a shame. On the other hand, we have resources which include biomass. We therefore need to beneficiate this widely available resource. We have heard in this meeting that we have plenty of bioenergy feedstock, be it animal or human waste, byproducts of crops, municipal waste, and others. So the sustainable exploitation of this with new and cutting-edge technology will ensure that bioenergy plays a role in advancing the clean energy agenda in Africa. Bioenergy is set to play an even bigger role as countries reset their economies in the post-COVID-19 era. As you all know, bioenergy, particularly the bioeconomy, promotes responsible, low-carbon energy development and positively impacts other sectors such as water, health, food, and land. During this meeting and before, action plans have been proposed. It is therefore crucial that these action plans are implemented. We hope that the recommendations provided during this Energy Week are solution-driven and have roadmaps for implementation. We need to report on the progress made on these action plans in the next Bioenergy Week. Let me end by assuring you that ECA remains an African partner in developing renewables on the continent, and will continue working with other stakeholders to ensure that Africa takes green development pathways in rebuilding its energy infrastructure. I thank you for your attention, and we look forward to continue working with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Robert, and thank you for your much appreciated words. And I really take your last reference to joining forces to strengthen our cooperation. And I could commit from the GBEP side that we will continue collaborating with the UNECA, with the African Union, in order to make this transformative change in Africa. So with this strong willingness and commitment, I would like to close the 8th Bioenergy Week and thank again all the participants. Thank you so much for your participation. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.